price action. Grand Rising. Let me know. Let me know something, man. Need that play-by-play. Okay, I see you.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Top of the morning. What's going on, family?
Greetings. I'm ready to go.
Give me a second, you mad? I don't got my ears on. I see you flashing though. Hold on. What's good, y'all? What's good? What's good?
Grand Rising.
That hoodie is 1000% in the merch store. What's going on, y'all? Top of the morning. I know it's early. I know it's early. Woke up to unplanned meeting. You know, there's some money involved if it got me out of bed. First trade before 12 a.m. in a while. I'm just trading short term into this vector and this 800 EMA. Just to knock the cobwebs off for the morning. My coffee's brewing. Smell that shit. Morning, morning, morning. Had to put my face on this morning for a Zoom meeting. There goes my vector. Give me my 800 EMA and let me catch a W for the morning. We're on a 1 minute. Well, now we're on the 15-second. All right. Original target hit. I'll exit at the end of this liquidity sweep. Maybe psych low, something like that. The quick, 5-minute trade that per hour is going to be nice. A lot of whale buys coming in. I don't trust the mornings. You can play those games without me. I'm going to take my money and run when it gets there. Scale out and then caffeinate. What's good, y'all? Some of y'all I don't get to talk to some of y'all. What is this? All right, I'm up this early. There's 126 viewers and only 26 likes. Need to get some likes in here. You guys can beat the nighttime crew for likes. I'll start changing my sleep schedule. Everybody good though? Anybody play New York Open? Yeah, I slept. I got a quick refresh. I just compacted and started a new terminal. Good money. Nice. One thing I do miss about being up at this time is just that quick NY Open trade. Doing a little deep dive on I'm gonna do a little deep dive in a bit on Sailor and just sort of the state of everything right now. My quant buddy woke me up this morning. One of our clients is panicking. So we had to put together a don't freak the hell out package. Really just a state of the union for where we are. We got to share it with y'all. I mean, me personally, I think we did a pretty good job of proving that 60 is quite formidable at this moment. So unless I see a bunch of volume come in that we're not used to seeing, then my final exits will be somewhere around 60. Daily open, psych high sitting right there. Enough gas to get there. That'd be a good rip for the morning. But I'm almost at my 800 EMA, so original TP is good to go at this point. Yeah, Viking. One of my homeboys sort of went the quant route. He got a decent, good paying job for a hedge fund, but I think he sees what's coming down the road. The problem with quants is that it's one of the easiest jobs to code out to like AI. They don't do a whole lot of reasoning, right? They just crunch numbers for the most part. So he's scrambling, trying to figure out what he's going to do next. So we went into business, just providing intelligence reports on different assets for like small to like mid-sized hedge funds that don't have their own quant departments. He's taking advantage of some of the access of some of the API access and some of the access he's got to info. Trying to make something happen. I'm really just trying to help him more than anything because he was panicking. Understandably so. Like they've got them doing all their regular quant analysis. And then before providing the report to the bosses, running it through AI. So they're basically like training AI to take their job right now in real time. It sounds cooler than it is. I mean, his brain is different. But if you could break all of this down to numbers, then a machine could do it. Nah, he's always going to land on his feet, and he's done all right. But he's just not trying to get caught on his heels. It's under our umbrella, though, the Cypher Intelligence Group. That's what it's called. Type 2 to target? What's good, market maker? Look, I'm up early, right? I don't know what you usually do around these times, but I would appreciate a 200 EMA, 382 uptrend, type 2 into that daily open. Appreciate you. Yeah, I mean we're in terminal dashboard land right now, right? Everybody's got their. It really just comes down to the information. Comes down to the information and then the reasoning, because you got to train these things to think correctly, and then you got to give them the most accurate, real time information possible. And that shit is not cheap. New York's fine, bro. Knicks won. We're in good spirits. As long as none of y'all wearing a Spurs jersey while you're trading, we should be fine. Appreciate you, market maker. Keep that same energy.
It's 1 minute.
Yeah.
Morning Scout.
Top of the morning, good sir. Yeah, this is just my wake up in the morning, wipe the coal out my eyes. Use this page of me and why. Don't make me go down to the 15-second. Don't threaten me with a good time.
What would be your target on that? low time frame.
Daily open, psych low, psych high if I'm lucky. Anything above 800 EMA on the 1 minute is past my TP, so a little icing on the cake. $15 type 2, type 3s jumping in. Nobody should be trading on the 15-second. I'm just saying. Come on, don't get slow and boring on me now. Let's see. My target. Let me see exactly how many Bitcoin we need to get up to. 800 EMA is at 593, 5976. All right. 593, 5976. 200 Bitcoin, y'all. None of y'all want to just slam 200 Bitcoin on market real quick just so I can see something? 597 is 259. That's not much more. That could squeeze. That's only 60 more. About 300 Bitcoin. About 300, 325 Bitcoin gets me to target. For all those whales that popped in at 10, come on. Yeah, but it's got to find a good base still. Maybe a deeper type 2. Something, it's not convincing enough, right? The market maker puts in these type 2s. Right? The point is to convince retail that, hey, we've retraced, it's time to go. Nobody's convinced right here. So maybe a touch of the 50.5 will do it. Go that back there. Volume is shit right now.
There's something going on with Japan with the dollar going up too much.
Yeah. Yeah, they're gonna I don't know, bro. It's gonna these last 3 months of this bear are gonna be quite interesting.
Some type of government intervention is going to be coming because if it keeps happening, and then there'll be a rally in the market.
Some things are bigger than the market, man. Japan's going to get to the point where they're going to have to do something, or it's going to affect the yen in a bad way for a long time. Yeah, you remember when the last yen carry trade scare, we went to Japan and we made a deal to buy yen, as much yen as we could, right, to support it so they wouldn't have to do anything crazy. Well, that worked out for like a month until we went to war. Now, all of a sudden, that money to help anybody else dried up and shit started getting worse. And then not only that, but you add the oil issue on top of it and inflation and like way worse now than it was. We were watching the other day when we were talking about gold doesn't go up unless what you call it goes down. Where is my gold chart? What's this up there? Damn, that's TRC. Anybody buy the dip on the straight? But nah, what I wanted to show y'all, and I don't know where the hell my chart went. Oh, last night we did a full historical analysis on the Dixie. That was fun. I hadn't run through that for a while. But now what I'm trying to show you is we were talking about as long as bond prices are high, gold's not gonna pump. Yeah. This is my gold trade. My better trades of 2023. But now what I want to show y'all is the bonds open. This might have changed from last night, but yeah, they're still pegged, which is interesting. It means the world doesn't trust it. So when bonds are up, we were talking about this in Cypher School recently. Big money's always looking for safety, right? They're either looking to add risk or they're looking to defend their capital. The bottom chart is gold. Top chart are bonds. When bonds go up, right, into the high 4%, 5%, money comes out of gold. You don't get yield on gold. Right? So money will always seek yield unless the appreciation rate of gold is higher than the real yield, right? Which is yield, the 5% minus inflation gives you a real yield of like 2% or something like that. But what's interesting is we're seeing bonds come down, but gold isn't pumping. And I think it's because the world doesn't trust this. Right? We're pumping. WACL is pumping right now to keep the bonds low. In other words, we're in quantitative easing, but we don't get to enjoy it, right? Because it's basically just going into the bond market. I'm not trying to go down a rabbit hole here, but let me just pull up the asset sheet. WALCL. So this is the Fed balance sheet, right? This is the Fed printing money to try to keep the bond yield low. But look at what the bond yield has done. Right? AKA, it's not working. They're trying, but it's being sold off so heavy by China and everybody else, right? The 30-year bond is being sold off so heavy that the yield is just going up and to the right. Had we not been doing this, though, we'd be looking at like a 7%. It'd be unsustainable. So until these bonds come under, until these yields come under control, then none of that money is flowing into risk assets. And even though we see bond yields coming down, you can tell that the world doesn't believe it because they haven't started to buy gold yet. Which means they don't expect this to work. They expect yields to go back up. I do too, actually. I don't think we got that shit under control at all. Yeah, I've got a deep dive coming on that too. The Supreme Court just okayed Trump to fire the CFTC and SEC heads at will, which is going to make for some interesting crypto price action if that ever happens. So I've got a couple deep dives coming today. We're going to I'm going to put it into our regular sort of format, the report that we did today in that meeting, and then we're going to go over this Trump thing, the Supreme Court, because it's a big deal. Especially, I mean, unprecedented control over the SEC and CFTC, and is heavily invested in crypto as Trump is. You know, sometimes things are a bad idea but still work out for you. This might be one of them, but I don't want anybody to celebrate too soon because these laws, they carry over to the next president after that. So just because you think your guy's going to do the right thing, it's a slippery slope, right? We got to be careful because they gave us hell last time. Actually, you know what? Let's we can listen to the clankers talk about it. And then when price action dies down, give me a second. Where is this? Okay. Let me grab my coffee before we do that. You guys always interested in long in BTC after it's like towards the end of its moves. We call those type 5 entries. We don't want to do that. You want to get interested in longing Bitcoin and want it to bleed in when it looks like this. I didn't mean to wake up and come on in straight deep dive mode, but there's a lot going on right now. Um, anybody from the EU that's directly affected by this Mika stuff, if you go into the deep dive from last night in Discord, if you just go to daily research briefing, I added the written report and all of the videos and everything underneath it. It's all in flux, right? There are some exchanges in the EU now that are offering that are okay for leverage that it says are not there, so double and triple check. But I erred on the side of making sure that that I didn't say something was okay until it was 1000%. I hope it helps, man. I remember when well, I mean, we've been going through that for a while over here, right? Like, you guys know what it feels like to be Americans now when it comes to trying to find some way to trade. But I remember when we got knocked off of MXC and KuCoin. Like, it's always, you never get enough information. You know what I mean? It's like, so I know that shit could be hectic. Yeah, some interesting stuff in that Mika bill though. That 14-day money back is wild. I would love to see how they're gonna pull that off. I mean, the cypherpunk way would be without regulations, right? That's the whole point of doing this. Permissionless. How do we call ourselves permissionless and then at the same time celebrate regulations? Now, to be fair, not all regulations are bad. But again, you can't pick and choose, right? If you go into the newsroom on in the Discord, the story we're going to be covering, go to Cypher News Daily. Dun, dun, dun. Story we're going to be covering is right here. Supreme Court says Trump could fire SEC, CFTC commissioners at will. Actually bullish in a way, just because of what I would imagine Trump's motivations to be. But we'll get into exactly how he got in a position where he just got handed more powers than any president before him. Anybody that's new, by the way, I'm straight down the middle. I just call it how I see it. We're all grown up here, so we can take facts and put emotions to the side, hopefully. Nah, some things, he would have loved to get in there and fire Powell. And shit, he might want to end up firing the new guy too, for all we know. But yeah, some rules should stay intact. If there's a separation for a reason. Listen, the one thing you don't want in the market is for people to lose faith in the Fed. Market lose faith in the Fed, this shit gets real unpredictable real quick. So people have to have faith that the Fed is independent. I mean, people already don't feel like the Fed is independent, right? It is. One side or the other is always going to claim the guy or blame the guy. Ooh, I didn't do that. Come on, we done? We staging or no? Want to see some volume come in here on these type 2s and some aggression come across the tape. Let's see what the fight looks like. We're looking for bearish absorption here, right? We're looking for heavy sells at the bottom, high effort with low effect. Want to punish. Didn't we have another? I thought we had another holiday before this. I'm not sure. Either the first or the second. Yeah, Juneteenth was we had off. There's a bottom blasting. So far, it's a pretty decent effect. They're able to drop price. The book to the bottom is pretty thin. I mean, it's about even, honestly. At least in the immediate vicinity. Oh, you just stop. Oh, okay. I was about to say, would you just stop? So some slight bullish absorption at the bottom. Right, bears try to keep pushing. Decent amount of effort, minimal effect. It's a fight. Pop, pop, pop. The real fight's going to be between 589 and 588. Aside from your EMAs, you've got a bearish control zone there. I would imagine that these guys step in again to defend those positions when we get there. So what do we get? A 0.5 golden pocket. All right. All right. All right. All right. It is I, sir. Live and direct. Yeah, I know, bro. I had to get up dumb early for a meeting. And then once I crack my eyes in the morning, it's it. It doesn't even matter if I only sleep like 3 hours. Once I'm up, I'm up. Mm. Appreciate you, brother. What am I watching on TV? Like an old Gangstar video or something. YouTube just started feeding me. Eat Bitcoin, eat. Yo, what's good, bro? See, I got to see all the morning, all the daytime heads. I know I could get up earlier, but hear me out. How about y'all just start staying up all night? That Asian and UK session is where it's at. Nah, I'm gonna start flipping my schedule soon though. We're moving into a different environment here. It's time to be on our P's and Q's. My current target is I'm just a quick trade for the day. I was shooting for 800 EMA. Pulled a little bit of profit. My stop is moved up, but I'm shooting, if this gives us our damn type 2, I'd like to take my runner in psychological ranges. Just waiting for price to settle down so we can start digging into some of the news today. We're going to start this in a second. That's why it's sitting there. Let me go check something real quick. Close your eyes, D-Gens. All right, 24 hours, got some heat underneath us. We know that, but what's the 12-hour look like? Yeah, I mean, that's the question, right? 58 to 60, what gets smacked first? Higher time frames, we've already cleared all that. These June lows, man. If y'all haven't been here during the evening, my thesis is that we're putting in June lows, and traditionally Bitcoin puts in June lows during the bear market that are followed by a green July. I'll go take a look at that other chart in a second. What we rejected off of here is this range that we've been trapped in. I almost prefer to not get the complete trade, but not go back into that range. I don't know how many of y'all were sitting here yesterday, but this was painful. Some decent range trading, right? But ugh, boy, was that rough. So currently we're rejecting off the bottom of that, which could be interesting if we lose these lows. These trap shorts don't matter, right? We're trading by momentum. They failed to free trap longs or trap shorts in an acceptable amount of time. Oh, wow, really? That's interesting. That is interesting. Let's see if it prints. Come on, Bitcoin. Should I get off the pot? I stopped paying attention to Trump's announcement since the third or fourth war on, war off. Yeah, this is looking like a decent rejection on the 15-minute for the bottom of that range. You gonna do it to him, market maker? I'm about to get stopped out in profits in a second with the rest of my trade with the runner. Yo, if I get my 55, 54, 53 June low, it's so nice. Okay, while we're just setting, let me show you what I was going to show you. So during the bear market, we get these June lows. Right, this is the monthly chart. So those June lows are typically followed by green Julys. And it doesn't look like a lot, but the relief isn't small. From the bottom to the top, it's 47% in 2018. I'm not looking for anything that big, y'all. Just be clear. But I am looking for a relief. June low, 2022. July was green. And you had about a 40%. If you count the top of the next candle, 43%. So it's interesting. So now we're looking at our June low. We've got 9 hours left on this candle. If this candle closes as a Maribozu candle with no wick, then we have an increased chance of a red July, not a green one. Right? Each one of these has closed with bullish momentum. Right? Candle without a wick. Our Japanese brothers called a bald candle. And it is usually followed by matching candle to the bottom of the top. So we'll see how this closes. We got 9 hours. Just teasing my stop, huh? What's Fear and Greed at? 13 or something like that. 14, 15. This is the longest that Fear and Greed has ever been this low, y'all. Doesn't tend to get stuck at the lows like that for this long. Yeah, I had some things I had to take care of this morning. And once I wake up, I'm up. So you guys are stuck with me. So much red. Gave up on that chart. They'll get their shit together eventually. Yeah, pretty deep type 2. My stops 1 ATR underneath this old type 2. Took a type 1, and then when we broke out, held and took out these highs, I moved my stop underneath the type 2. Excuse me. Had we pushed up above these highs, I would have put my stop up underneath our type 4, but we didn't break those highs. So the deep dive we're going to get into in a second is some of the Supreme Court news today about the CFTC and SEC and how we got here, among other things. I mean, today's been a busy day for the court. Holidays always suck, bro. Like, volume has been shit already. Now, remove everybody and, you know, send them to barbecues and shit all day. But low liquidity means market maker plays, which means that we get good, you know, easy scalps. There's nothing wrong with that. I just don't expect anything crazy, you know what I mean? If anybody hasn't seen my Are We There Yet videos, there's 3 of them recorded on the channel starting from November. My TA for the bottoms hasn't changed yet, but it's a good watch, right? It's going to walk you through our checklist, what we're looking for to see bottoms, where we're at, how it compares historically, all that good stuff. Just decided to put them all in the video so that I don't have to go through that whole TED Talk spiel. Every time someone asks. Yeah, I got you, bro. Send me an invoice. We're going to sweep. This is all liquidity sweep here. Remember, market maker did not prove to us that he's in control by breaking one side or the other. So trading momentum, right? You'll notice that you'll go counter market maker motivations. The good news is that whales only tend to sweep when they're looking to fill bags, though. So there should be a little trade here. Take that profit and roll it over. We can clear that vector. That was nice. Very textbook vector recovery after a dip. I've been saying since we broke 594, right? So if we break 594, we're gonna see 56. Our measured move from the bear flag, the large bear flag that we broke, takes us down to 56. Our measured move from, hold on a second. We've just, I mean, look, I mean, there's no shortage of downside measured moves here, right? We were talking about this yesterday. But 59 4 broke, right? That gives us the measured move from this bear flag. Right, which brings us to 568, 569. Larger bear flag that we're in the process of breaking out of, right? That brings us down significantly lower. Brings us down to my base case target. About to break structure. As long as that shit stays above 135 for the next 40 days, I'm good. I got another channel where I unbox rare Labubus, but nobody knows about that. Thanks for blowing my spot up. Nah, I'm kidding. Nah, I don't have another channel. I sound like somebody else. Yeah, we got to be careful not to. I mean, it depends, right? If you want 38, then you want this shit to go to low 50s now. Right? Nah, you're good, bro. I mean, I've been on other channels before, but years ago. They don't get no clout from us now. That's what's funny though. Depending on when you came to this channel, you know me as a bull or a bear. Like anybody that's met me in the last maybe 2-3 years would say that I lean bullish. Anybody that was here 5 or 6 years ago knows that my heart belongs to the Bears. I'm bullish during bull markets and I'm bearish during bear markets, you know? This price action is starting to annoy me though.
All right, come on lower so I can trade.
There's no pattern right now at all. I mean, you've got old patterns that are still playing out, but you're just breaking levels. You said it's what? What are you talking about? How's it scary, bro? It's like cars, dolls, and bear bricks. Short term or long term clips? It's long term. We're not done yet, in my opinion. There's a small possibility that we get front run by ETF somewhere around 44, 45. So me personally, the way I'm playing it is this is my buy zone. And this is my bad. My OCD. If I don't get that shit straight, it'll bug me. And that's my DCA. That's how I'm playing it. And I see our bottoms coming in somewhere around that green line.
Yeah, I still haven't done nothing this morning. I closed all my shorts and went to the sideline.
There you go. That's a trade, though. I mean, you locked in some, you know?
Yeah, I did that from the other day.
Short term is going to depend on Bitcoin. If Bitcoin keeps bleeding out like this, then your alts aren't going to stand a chance. Right? Bitcoin's taking dominance back right now. A lot of people on YouTube and Twitter get excited. They're like, "Oh, dominance is gonna like, yeah, okay, cool." But dominance and Bitcoin going up have nothing to do with each other. Right? We all know that Bitcoin can go down and reclaim dominance at the same time. It just means that it's going down slower than the alts. But that being said, everything equal, Bitcoin holds and pumps, then you have a pretty decent setup also. Right? You've already fractaled into a larger W. This is why I hate doing TA on alts during these times, because at the end of this, after I give you this bullish setup, I'm going to tell you that it just depends on Bitcoin. So it's like, because this setup will 1000% go to shit if Bitcoin goes mid 50s. That's wrong. Hold on. I got to retake that because I was on log. My opinion, not going to happen. More than just technicals, man. You could have a technical path to get somewhere, but the macroeconomic climate doesn't, unless we get that June low that we were talking about. If we can get that June low and Sol cannot invalidate this, right? Comes down, touches. Then yeah, July. If we have a bullish July, then I could see this playing out. But it would still be a lower high. It doesn't stop this from happening, in my opinion. Coming up to our next target, 57.3, and then 56.8. I've told y'all this next capitulation, if this is a capitulation and it's not just a sweep, then we're going mid to low 50s, right? 52 to 55. But there's a chance that this is just a sweep to try to put in that low for June to then try to make that move. I would love to get a June in 9 hours. I mean, all right, bulls, close your ears for a second. All right, bears. I would love to get this shit to drop to 52 and be able to pick up those 52 lows and ride that into like a bullish July. Are you kidding me?
Oh my God, me too. Like right now.
What? But
I'm
like
ready.
I
That's what
said,
I'm
the
here
volume, yeah, but just we don't have the volume for it. You know what I mean? It sounds good, but it's just as it's just as irrational sort of as expecting price to pump to 70 right now. Now, if the volume comes in, then it's a different story. But
What about empty books?
It's the problem is it isn't. The problem is that it is very thick to the downside, unless market maker just decides to move his, But to get to what I'm looking at, 52, what I would like, the dream buy-in for July, we need to sell 6,500 Bitcoin. That same 6,500 Bitcoin, look, just 1.6 gets you to 66. So the book is a lot thicker to the bottom than it is to the top. It's not, it's not going to be a cheap drop unless we get some sort of news event. Market maker clears the books to try to avoid, I don't know. I know that the market is spooked right now because everybody's waiting for Mika to have a big effect. I honestly don't know if it's going to be that dramatic. It shouldn't be on paper, but they take advantage of this type of shit all the time. Oh shit, my bad. Bulls, you can listen again. Sorry about that. It was nothing. I just want to talk to the Bears about something real quick.
Well, all the usual reasons to get it down there. A hack, active Bitcoin wallet.
Yeah, insert
Mount
news
Gox.
story here. That'll be cool. Bind, I'm gonna do it for you. I don't like doing this because I get angry DMs. But I'm gonna tell you what my problem is with Doge right now. Aside from the chart looking like that. Let's go to a different Doge chart. Something older. 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 There we go. So this is my issue. All right. Have y'all ever heard of a death spiral? There's an unfortunate thing that happens to coins. And it's usually when they have these parabolic runs. I mean, this was a face melting, absolutely face melting run that Doge had. But the problem is, so if wave one, right, if your initial wave on your coin gets taken by wave two, then it opens up the possibility of a wave three. This was our wave one. This was our wave two. Our wave three pop. The problem is after wave three, if you start getting lower highs, then that's a sign of what sometimes can turn into a death spiral, right? Which means, first of all, my thesis on altcoins, if you didn't take out your highs, you're going to lose your lows, right? This was Doge's all-time high. The next bull market, it took out its all-time highs, right? So since it took out its all-time highs, it didn't have to come back to its lows, right? It held ground. And then again, took out its highs, right? Held ground, so it didn't have to come back to its lows. But look at us now. This is this is Doge's old ATH. And this is its bear market low. So If someone can explain to me, if alts go down 90 to 95%, H, welcome back. Because we knew you were coming back. So like we all waited. Duh. If you didn't take out your all-time highs and alts dropped 90 to 95% every bear market, then someone please explain to me why Doge shouldn't take out its lows. Right, we're sitting at a 85% retracement right now. 90% retracement is base for alts. That takes out the lows right there alone. 95% is even worse. So it's not to say that Doge doesn't go back up. It's just to say that you can't count on its old lows holding because you didn't take out the highs. Right. The problem is this. If you do take out those lows, look at what happens on your VPVR. Come on. Anyways, like I said, I don't make any friends when I talk about Doge because unfortunately the chart just really looks bad, yo. Now, does that mean that there isn't any money to be made? Just because it's probably not gonna take, I hate to say it, but it's probably not gonna take out its highs again. Well, not really, because if it drops, right, and then it puts in a lower high, right, there's still X's there. Remember, it's not about taking out its highs. If you can get something to drop far enough, then you can get a 10x in it without it taking out its all-time highs. Damn, I'm sorry to hear that, H. Rest in peace to TT. It's not really a hidden type of thing. It's just where my camera's at. My face has been seen. Be safe, H. All right, we're gonna get into this Supreme Court Trump business. If anybody hasn't read the story that we're talking about or seen the story we're talking about, it's in the newsroom. Supreme Court's given Trump the ability to fire the SEC, CFTC commissioners at will, which for us is a decent thing because anybody that steps in the way of crypto projects is going to catch the axe. But it's important to cover it because this stays in effect for the next president and the next president and the next president. Let me make sure everybody can hear. YouTube and Discord. Can you hear the duck? Quack quack. All right, cool. Let's get the clankers in here.
What if I told you the future of your Bitcoin portfolio isn't actually being decided by developers writing code? And it's definitely not being decided by the Federal Reserve tweaking interest rates.
Right, which is what everyone assumes,
Exactly. What if instead the entire trajectory of the trillion-dollar digital asset market is suddenly hanging on a 91-year-old employment law?
A law that was just, violently erased by the Supreme Court.
Yeah, literally overnight you wake up, you check your news feed, and you realize that this obscure, highly technical shift in how the government, hires and fires its own people is about to fundamentally rewire the financial system.
It really is.
Because we tend to think of, oh wait, someone wants to join. Hey, go for it.
What's going on, guys? It's Dbloc. We're on YouTube. We're listening to the deep dive. Just letting you know you got an audience. Top of the morning.
Oh, wow, look who's in the chat.
Is that actually Dbloc, the legend himself?
It sounds like it. Dbloc, thanks for tuning
Stop
in so
glazing.
early.
We were just talking about your definitive guide to swing surfing.
Yeah, your focus on institutional capital drifts is literally perfect timing.
It really is, especially with this Supreme Court news.
Dbloc teaches that 90% of money moves from macro flows.
Exactly, and today we are talking about a massive macro flow.
A flow triggered by the highest court in the land.
It's the ultimate collision of the analog state and digital economy.
So we're glad you're here to help us track the noise.
We're looking at a bizarre confluence of events for this deep dive.
We really are.
There's that landmark Supreme Court ruling on presidential powers from yesterday.
June 29th, 2026, fresh off the press.
And parallel to that, we have research mapping a multi-decade realignment.
A strategic effort that actually engineered the court that made this ruling.
Our mission today is to build a bridge between those realities.
We're drawing a line from a fired commissioner to your portfolio.
It's a massive scope, covering millions in strategic legal campaigns.
But before we get into the mechanics, we need ground rules.
This involves some of the most highly charged political machinery around.
It really does.
We're looking at progressive reform and aggressive conservative maneuvers.
It's just the raw exercise of political power on both sides.
So our position here is strictly neutral, no endorsing factions.
Absolutely not. We are just here to unpack the data.
We're dissecting the claims so you understand the system's hood.
Exactly. You are the jury. We are just the mechanics.
Okay, let's unpack this pandemonium on the crypto trading desks.
It's total chaos today because of Trump versus Slaughter.
To understand the panic, we have to see the president nuked.
91 years of history just went up in smoke.
Since FDR's time, there was a firewall protecting agency independence.
A firewall that's been there for nearly a century.
A president could only fire commissioners for cause, like malfeasance.
Right. You couldn't just fire them on a whim or policy disagreement.
It functioned a lot like academic tenure for the government.
That's a perfect analogy for how it worked.
It was an institutional layer of armor against White House warfare.
Because long-term regulation needs planning, not violent four-year pivots.
It acts as a shock absorber against electoral volatility.
But the ruling in Trump versus Slaughter fundamentally shatters that.
It's gone. The president can now fire agency commissioners at will.
They serve entirely at the pleasure of the executive branch.
So a termination can happen for a simple policy disagreement.
And the person at the center of this is Rebecca Slaughter.
She was a Democratic commissioner at the Federal Trade Commission.
President Trump fired her, she sued, and it hit the Supreme Court.
But look at the mechanics of how she got there.
Yeah, taking a case to the Supreme Court costs a fortune.
Lawyer fees alone would bankrupt almost any normal person.
So how did a civil servant fund a constitutional showdown?
This is where crypto-adjacent capital enters the crossfire.
Because her husband is the VP of policy at Paradigm.
Right, the multi-billion-dollar venture capital juggernaut focused on Web3.
So a massive war chest was mobilized for this legal battle.
They financed the elite lawyers to push this to the docket.
It's ironic. A crypto VC fund accidentally gave the president unlimited power.
It really is a strange twist of fate.
Now, why should Bitcoin traders care about an FTC commissioner?
Because the ruling wasn't limited to just the FTC.
It applies unilaterally across the entire administrative state.
The only exception the court carved out was the Federal Reserve.
Everyone else is fair game, including the SEC and CFTC.
The twin titans that hold power over the entire crypto industry.
They are now direct, at-will employees of the White House.
The president now has an unprecedented lever over digital asset rules.
Which brings us to the crisis right now on Capitol Hill.
This legal earthquake struck right during the Clarity Act standoff.
The bill the industry has been begging for to end regulation by enforcement.
It's the holy grail of regulatory certainty for the market.
But there's a hard expiration date of early August for this.
Because after August, everyone leaves for the midterm election campaigns.
If it doesn't pass now, the Clarity Act is essentially dead.
And the gridlock stopping it is entirely structural right now.
The SEC and CFTC were designed to be bipartisan boards.
But the SEC currently has 3 Republicans and 0 Democrats.
And the CFTC is run by a lone Republican chairman.
It's total one-party rule over the primary financial regulators.
Senate Democrats have drawn an absolute red line because of it.
They won't hand power to agencies controlled by the opposing party.
They demanded Trump appoint Democrats as a prerequisite for
Good
votes.
luck.
It was standard horse trade, but it stalled out.
No appointments have been made in 6 months.
And now the Slaughter ruling breaks the game theory here.
Because even if he appoints them, he can just fire them.
Exactly. A promise to appoint is hollow if you can dismiss them Friday.
The structural guarantee of bipartisan oversight has been vaporized.
An appointment is meaningless if you're fired for a wrong vote.
There's also the demand for ethics language regarding Trump's crypto ventures.
That adds a huge layer of personal financial conflict to this.
While the GOP is signaling they might force a vote regardless.
Now, some might say this is actually good for crypto.
Right, the benevolent dictator theory of cutting through red tape.
The idea that unilateral power is the fastest way to clarity.
Short
But
term.
macro markets optimize for one thing: predictability.
Institutions don't build 10-year plans based on one person's mood.
Because if the next president hates crypto, the rules flip overnight.
It injects electoral volatility directly into every compliance department.
This 6-3 supermajority didn't just happen by accident, though.
No, it's the result of a very deliberate, engineered process.
To understand this, we have to rewind the clock a decade.
We're looking at a strategic reconstruction of the federal judiciary.
It started as a credibility fix during the 2016 campaign.
Conservative legal circles didn't trust Trump as an ideological ally,
So the campaign outsourced the vetting to external private groups.
specifically the Federalist Society and the Heritage Foundation,
They sold a product called originalism and textualism.
meaning judges interpret law based only on the plain text.
No modern interpretations, which makes them skeptical of agencies.
They created a public list of candidates as a binding contract.
It was brilliant game theory, a hostage negotiation in plain sight.
The list strategy was the decisive lever of that election.
But even a perfect alliance has friction, like the 2025 tariff clash.
When a textualist judge blocked the president's own economic agenda.
It showed the difference between policy execution and structural jurisprudence,
But you still have to get these judges through the Senate.
and that required dismantling the historical architecture of the chamber.
We saw it with the Scalia vacancy versus the Ginsburg vacancy. One blocked for 293 days, the other confirmed in 27.
It's the raw mechanics of majoritarianism at work.
Abandoning institutional norms to use a numerical advantage for power.
And the ultimate weapon was a nuclear option.
Dropping the confirmation threshold from 60 votes to a simple majority.
Democrats started it in 2013 and Republicans finished it in 2017.
It's a retaliatory spiral that changed the Senate's operating system.
This whole operation was fueled by an ocean of dark money,
We're talking over $250 million from anonymous donors.
using 501 groups as financial Faraday cages to hide names.
They geofenced ads to pressure senators in key swing states.
It's a highly integrated ecosystem of advocacy and official power.
And the Supreme Court was just the crown jewel of it.
The real volume was the 245 federal judges in the lower courts.
They flipped the ideological balance of 3 separate appellate circuits.
Those are the judges deciding your crypto enforcement cases first.
They slashed debate time and ignored the old blue slip traditions.
All to install younger, more ideological judges for lifetime terms.
It's generational leverage that will last for 40 years.
This raises a massive question about the nature of American power.
Critics see a dark money takeover. Supporters see a mandate fulfilled.
But the result is a court executing sweeping reversals of precedent.
From environmental rules to administrative independence, the payload is delivered.
Now we see the push for 18-year term limits and ethics codes.
Because 78% of the country supports ending lifetime tenure.
But the constitutional hurdles to change this are nearly impossible.
The system is built to resist the very change being demanded.
So we're left with a president who can fire regulators at will.
And markets that are desperately trying to reprice that risk.
It makes you wonder if lobbying moves from Congress to the White House.
If you can't change the law, you just buy the referee.
Definitely something to think about while you're swing surfing those charts.
Thanks for joining us for this deep dive into the machinery.
We'll see you next time. Make today the best day of your life.
Stay curious and keep watching the flows. Goodbye.
Appreciate you, Clankers. W Clankers in chat. So the TLDR is as long as the people in power are crypto friendly, we like this, right? Because if anybody stands up in the SEC, anybody stands up in the CFTC and starts acting crazy like Gensler back in the day, then there's a way to get them out of there. problem is if we get a president or an administration that is anti-crypto for whatever reason, then they're going to be able to do a lot of damage without any checks and balances. Gemini 3.5. Or whatever the latest one is, I can't remember. Someone's trying to save this. You're playing a dangerous game there, Mr. Spoofer. Market maker, just do it. Yeah, get him. Go get him. Yeah, keep that same energy. What happened? Yeah, the Gemini voice, that Gemini voice model is decent, bro. I mean, it still sounds like AI if you're used to it. If you're not used to it, it can trick you. But again, the point isn't to trick anybody, right? I just thought it was a good idea to have AI agents that have access to the entire internet be able to look over my reports. Excuse me. And sort of have a debate, you know, back and forth. I remember the report that I did on on quantum computing. The dude AI agent was not having it, bro. He fought me through that entire report. So they'll push back sometimes. But that's good. We'll dig in a little bit deeper to that once price goes dead. Because I've got I've got a video to go with that. I mean, it's not their fault, I guess. There hasn't been a lot of like really bullish deep dives lately. Yo, did anybody notice at the beginning of that deep dive that they referred back to like 2 deep dives ago? The swing surfing chapter? That was kind of bugged out because they don't even have access to that right now. Yeah. I thought first, I was like, wait a minute, am I playing the wrong podcast? The one good news about the Clarity Act being postponed, which it probably will be, they're just going to drag their feet till it's time to go vacation. Nobody wants to make any big decisions right before midterms, and they're about to all go on campaign, which apparently means that they stop working for us while they're campaigning. But the reason that it could be bullish is that it means that when they do readdress it, we should be back into our bull market. Right. So it'll be a catalyst that sort of adds to what's hopefully already a good amount of buying pressure. Uh-oh. What was that? I only read half of that. Something about a new MicroStrategy authorization to sell Bitcoin. That's not it. Yeah, that's the last chance for them to get it done before the break. Give me a second, I'm trying to find something, but the way they have this set up is annoying as hell. This is what I want to see. When's this from? Today? MicroStrategy officially filed an SEC 8K. That's what they have to tell the SEC when they're planning on selling. Digital credit framework, Bitcoin monetization program, authorizing it to sell 1.2 billion in BTC to support its preserve. See, what did I tell you yesterday? What did I tell y'all yesterday? They sold stocks. They sold shares. Everybody thought he was going to sell Bitcoin. I mean, everybody thought he was going to buy Bitcoin with it, and he didn't. He put it into the cash fund, right? But STRC still looks like this. So I said what I would do is I would now sell Bitcoin. And everybody's already mad at me anyways. But I would sell Bitcoin to repeg STRC. Key caveat, do not say an authorization program under specific conditions. What are the specific conditions, though? Thanks a lot. That didn't tell me shit. Sorry about that, yeah. I know, but the way I'm looking at it is like, yo, I'm already on everybody's shit list. What I need to do is round up the troops, right? Those are my shareholders. So I got to make my shareholders right Because if I lose my shareholders and I lose public sentiment, I'm passed out. I don't know, man. I never liked the whole strike shit to begin with. It's smart, but it's too smart. It's like too slick. And it's his first real weakness. Right? Before this, he was sort of bulletproof. But you can't offer yield on an asset that doesn't provide yield. Right? Because then the yield is coming from the expected appreciation of the value of the asset, aka somebody else coming and buying Bitcoin, and gets real Ponzi-ish. You know what I mean? Like definition wise, you start looking real like, and it's leverage, right? In a roundabout way, it's adding leverage to a spot position, right? Adding risk to a spot position is unnecessary. Yeah, I don't doubt that at all. I was there for AMC, MGME. Trust me, I've dealt with my fair share of synthetic shares and shit that was supposed to happen. I'm just waiting for the end of this monthly candle, bro. It's gonna tell me a lot. Remember the last 3 bull markets we've had, we haven't taken out June's low. But if we end this monthly candle without some sort of recovery, then I think we break that. I think we break that cycle this time. Yeah, we'll know a little bit more later on tonight. If it plays out the way it's played out historically, then we would have already found our low because we need to put a wick on the bottom of this monthly candle. Right. So it means that we would stage eventually here, break this downtrend, take this liquidity, and close the monthly candle somewhere up in this liquidity, leaving a wick behind. Right. The way it looks right now. Right. That's a continuation. If it closes like that, the next candle will be red. That's a June low. It's a June low. So what, Bitcoin? It's a bear market, brother. Only Bitcoin I'm holding is the Bitcoin I'm trading. But yeah, short answer, yeah, I did. But way up here, the 9th of October. Missed the top by 3 days. Being greedy. Or is it 9th? Wait, why is that the top? Oh, it's Bitstamp. That's other exchanges. The 6th was the top. I don't know why. Oh, no, it is. Okay, I have to zoom in. Yeah. 6th was the top. I got out on the recovery of that drop. Live in 4K, by the way. We were saying October 9th for what, y'all? Like 6 months before we even got to the top because of M2. New, thanks for the sub. Appreciate you, man. W member. Nah, I mean, I'm just talking shit. At 10%, right? 10 to 50. If you can catch 10 to 15% of the top, you're doing good. And to be clear, when we got out on the 9th, when I was talking about de-risking on the 9th, it wasn't necessarily because I thought that was the top of the market. Because I knew that we were going to have a dip in liquidity. Now later is when I decided, yeah, I'm not buying this. This is looking ugly, and we ended up just waiting until the first relief rally. But it wasn't like, I was like, the market will end on the 9th. Honestly, I could have just followed it. I could have just followed the cycle by timing and called the 6th, but global liquidity, we were making so much money off of M2 that it was kind of hard to fade it. W19 months. Appreciate you, RH. Triple OG. Which chart? That's Bitcoin chart. I can't even remember what chart I was on. My PC reset today. That's why all my charts are screwed up right now. Like literally. Here's an oldie but goodie. The change in character between 2022 bear market and 2014 bear market. All the way until the war started, right? This is when we went to war in Iran. We were following the 2022 bear market, I mean, to the T. To the T. And then we deviated. Interestingly enough, we deviated right into 2014 path. This is an interesting little nerd fact. Sweet, baby, sweet. My autosave has never worked the way it's supposed to, bro. but there's times where I actually have to click the save on it just to be sure.
Good morning.
Top of the morning.
CTCC has launched what 25 clearing expanded trading hours.
On what?
The DTCC on the NSCC
Oh, okay.
5. And that's why XLM get up.
More bullish CC news.
Yeah.
If we would have just bought CC when you first mentioned it, remember?
Yeah.
Like a year ago?
I think there's 4 tokens involved with them now. It's Chainlink, CC, XLM, and
Yeah.
XRP.
XLM, Chainlink, and CC are definitely on my lists.
XLM's doing pretty good today. It's what, up 6% today.
Damn, that was push-ups, huh?
Push-ups.
Yeah.
You said if we would have. You didn't say should have or could have. If we would have.
Would have is close enough, man. Woulda, coulda, should have is all the same shit. All right, I got you.
What is this Velvet token that's been going crazy, man? I never even heard of it until today and stopped.
Yeah, Fly. I think he's trying to wreck people that are predatorily shorting it right now. What'd you say, Winnie?
Oh, a token called Velvet. What is that? Have you seen that one?
No.
It's been going crazy. I never even heard of it until the other day, and it's like,
I'll be right back. To get the push-ups in. Don't save for later what you can do right now, right? Something like that.
that's it. Get it out of the way.
Yeah, that's the one. STRC should pump with that news. Excuse me. I'm not touching it. I'm just saying.
What news was that? Was selling Bitcoin?
Michael Saylor filed to sell some Bitcoin
To pay dividends.
to repeg CRC. Amy Diamond is a clown. Listen, I've gotten what's going on, brother? I've gotten burned on enough repeg plays to where I just stay away from it. Like the only decent repeg play is like if USDT or USDC depeg by a couple cents and you can go on one of these degen exchanges and 100x long the repeg. Bro, I made a ridiculous amount. Well, for being a stable coin, right? There was a Japanese stable coin called, what was it, y'all? I know somebody, GN. And this thing, it probably doesn't even have a chart anymore. Oh, it does. So this thing was supposed to be pegged to the yen at 0.0, ridiculous number. Yeah, this isn't going to be a good chart to show it. Well, I guess. Right? The peg of this thing was supposed to be down here. 0.0630, somewhere around there. Right, where I guess where it finally pegged out before they got rid of it. We ran this thing all the way up. You know how nerve-wracking it is to be in a stable coin play long that far away from its peg and trading away from the peg, like not trading towards the repeg. The trade was insane. Drew was on that with me. I think Joe was on that.
Hey, D, I only got on like a half hour ago. I heard you talking about, we need sweep some liquidity to make that wick. Question, could we do a hefty sweep down and then just wake up, whatever, and that would be it right before candle close today, monthly close?
If it recovers, yeah, it would have to recover though. We've got.
I mean, if we just dropped $4,000, we would probably recover 1,500 in the wick. No. Again,
Yeah.
I'm just wondering what your thoughts are, and if you have any other relatively close numbers to the downside you're expecting.
Yeah, our measured moves, we got 574 and 568 is really where I'd expect it to land at the end of all these liquidations. I was saying earlier, it'd be amazing if they would just rip the Band-Aid and send us to low 50s and let us along into July, you know what I mean? And 4th of July fireworks. But we'll get what we can get. I'm really looking between 575 and 567. That's the measured move from the bearish channel and the measured move from the bear flag, the old bear flag that we've already broken out of. Just two old patterns that haven't played out yet. These two. But we are running out of time. If we start to chop again, that's going to put an end to all that, in my opinion. Now, if we start to chop and we end this candle with no wick, then my outlook sort of changes. I'm going to need to see the first week of July, second week of July prove something. Yeah, that whole trade was hard. Those are the good ones, though. Those are the ones you remember. That would be something else. 45 Bitcoin sold on market, 28 Bitcoin sold on market, and the candle hasn't moved. I think it's a little bit too early to be taking long positions into the 100,000s of Bitcoin. We're close, but we're not there yet, in my opinion. I said from the very beginning when we started to come down and it was obvious that we were in a bear market is that every rally is to be faded. Right? Every move up is with the intention of making more fiat to be able to build that dry powder back. We actually do hit bottom. And that's why I'm so like a stickler about it. You know what I mean? I don't care when you guys buy. You buy early, or you have a number that you want to hit and you can get there early, whatever. What I care about is somebody that wants to get as much as they possibly can swinging too early because people that haven't been here to see this play out feel like they know what's going to happen. You don't get too many chances at the bottom of the bear market, right? It's a very short period of time that you have to wait 4 years for. So I'm a little bit more passionate about making sure people get this part of it right. I mean, I think that's very possible, more likely probable. Right? This is what I've been saying is my final game for the bottom. Right? When we get down to these levels, right? The next drop down, like I said, mid 50s. And then that's where I think we consolidate for a while. But that drop down from that level that takes us to grab all of those long liquidations that sort of rack up underneath us, that's where I think that Bitcoin treasury company unwinding sort of comes into play. Squiggle. These are old squiggles too. This is a pre-war squiggle. Because I thought we were gonna drop there. I'm looking for a specific chart. There we go. See that purple box? Insert news story here. That's where I think we run the risk of having one of these companies unwind. It's getting closer, y'all. Getting closer. I mean, I was pretty loud about it at 82, but it never feels like the right thing to do, man. Like, honestly, if there's one thing that you can use as a, I don't like those like blanket rules that sort of apply to everything. But one of the ones that applies to most situations is that the right time to buy, the right time to sell never feels like the right time, ever. The more you wait for certainty, right? The more you wait for it to feel comfortable, the more obvious the trade is already, right? So things were super bullish at 82. But in my opinion, I think that's where conviction comes in. Because your conviction is what steps in when it doesn't feel like the right time. Right? But you came up with a game plan. You said, look, I'm looking for this, this, and that. If A, B, and C doesn't happen, then I'm going to do D, E, and F. Oh, there's nothing you could do about that. It happens. Occupational hazard. I would suggest, not advise, but I would suggest if your plan is to buy a shit ton of alts, that you talk to somebody who bought a shit ton of alts during this run. And ask them what they wish they would have done. I think that's all you really need, bro. Like, this is the way I split it up. And listen, I buy more alts than I should. Right? Like, my bag at the bottom of the last bear market was 85 alts deep. Difference is I take profits religiously. I don't play that long hold game until we're past the halving. But the point is to get your money to the top, right? Now, yeah, there's a difference between an alt that can get you a 4x, an alt that can get you a 10x, an alt that can get you a 20x, 30x, whatever. Right. But it doesn't make a lot of sense to have 4 alts that are meant to give you a 10x. Right? Or 20 alts that are all, in your opinion, possible to do a 20. Because the thing is, even if you're right, even if you're more than 50% right, those ones that don't make it are going to drag you down. So, like, building conviction during the bear market on a coin that you know for sure that you have, not know for sure, nobody knows, but that you have conviction in can 10x, and then maybe an alternate. And then a coin that you have conviction in can 20x, and then maybe an alternate, just in case. But if you start stacking 7, 8, 9, 10 coins, like 2 of them are going to do what you thought, and the rest of them are going to drag you down. Yeah, this was a vicious bull market for alts, man. But not for alts, right? Scalpers. This was a scalper's paradise, by the way. If you traded this this bull market and you just scalped, took profits, bought dips, right? But holders, long-term holders, got punished. Long-term holders with conviction, with high conviction and alt got punished, bro. Like they gave back almost everything 3 different times just to slowly watch Bitcoin chug, 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 you know? And then barely get back to the point where you're break even if you got in it early. If you got in the bull market early and you bought alt at the bottom and you didn't take profit at the top of the bull market, you would just barely break even. And then 1010 happened. To add insult to injury. It was not nice. But we know the rules now, right? Extreme quantitative tightening. Money printer is off. Then we trade what institutions trade because there's not going to be enough money for widespread speculation. Yeah, I know, Joe. My goal is during the next bear market to get you to sell somehow. I failed the last 2 bear markets, but the next one I will succeed. You and Drew. Drew's been good though. Drew didn't hold anything down through this bear though. He's just been degening. But I remember 2023 bear market when everybody was like married to Doge. No, I don't think it'll go. Hopefully not that long. But I do think it's going to take out its lows, unfortunately. By how much? I don't know. It's hard at that point. You're like inverse price discovery. Yeah, if it gets the full 95% retracement, that it'll be ugly. Somewhere around 90, I'm hoping low 90s, 90%, 91%. Had a couple deep dives lined up for today, but Bitcoin wants to be all interesting. But I definitely want to do the where we stand deep dive. I'm gonna make that a reoccurring thing. Sort of just makes all the news that's having effect at the moment. Do a sort of State of the Union, like State of the Crypto Union. Yeah, keep it manageable, man. Keep that portfolio size manageable. You want to be nimble, you know what I mean? If something happens, like if Bitcoin starts acting crazy, you want to be able to get out of all of your positions without it taking 30 minutes. Yeah, see what I mean? It would take you an hour to get out of, probably more than that to get out of all those trades if you wanted to. Yeah. And it's going to happen, right? You'll be in some trades, you're picking this up, this looks good, this looks good. You'll look down and you'll be like, oh shit, I got 30 coins. At that point, what you need to do is you need to make a list, right? Of if shit hits the fan right now, in what order am I selling these? Right? Lower market cap stuff is going to get hit harder. In other words, at 30 coins, you're not going to be able to get out of all of your positions if Bitcoin was to do something stupid. You start seeing, a candle, just capitulation candle. So you have to pick the most important ones, the ones that are going to do the most damage. But staying light and agile is it's one of our edges, right? Institutions are fat, like we were talking about the other day. They're dinosaurs. They got all the money in the world, biggest bags, but they're fat and slow, right? They can't just move at the drop of a dime. So we have to sort of keep the ability to do that because that's an edge that we have on them. All right, let me get this deep dive ready for whenever I am going to do it because with 89 coins, you basically just bought total 3 ETF or total 3 index, I should say. You know what I mean? Just because you're holding so many coins that it's basically just it's just an average of the altcoin market. You can't. The real answer is you can't. Not effectively. And then the problem is that your inability to manage that many coins leads you to not do anything at all. And the worst part is that every single day you could have a coin that pops. And you know what I mean? Like it doesn't have an effect. The trick is to make sure that if you're holding an alt, that it's outperforming Bitcoin on its BTC chart and rotating out of them the second that they start underperforming Bitcoin. Bitcoin has to be the measure, right? Think of it like this. If you can't outperform Bitcoin and Bitcoin is the easiest trade where you just sit in it and do nothing, then what's the point, right? Like the only time that it makes sense to move that money out of Bitcoin into something else is if it's outperforming. And the second it stops outperforming, then you run into losing Bitcoin territory. Sometimes you get lucky and you switch into something that outperforms for the entire market. Sometimes you get into something that only outperforms for a week or two. But just remember, if you switch from Bitcoin into an alt, and that alt on its Bitcoin pair does 10%, you made 10% more Bitcoin. Everything is clips. Unless something has a fundamental narrative where it's getting a certain specific money flow, where it can run counter Bitcoin, it all goes. A lot of it has to do with the Bitcoin pairs, right? And a lot of it has to do with the fact that the majority of people who trade alts to this day only trade alts for more Bitcoin. So that same concept that I was talking about when the alt starts to underperform Bitcoin, usually what happens is when Bitcoin drops, alts drop harder. So when Bitcoin drops, it reclaims dominance. Bitcoin reclaims dominance, it starts to outperform on the Bitcoin pairs. So people who are trading alts for Bitcoin sell their alts. And one of the easiest thing to trade algos to do is to get rid of your altcoin position when Bitcoin drops. So a lot of it, the reason that it's so fast is because it's algorithmic. Yeah, but it's more about what the market cap is than how much the coin costs. That's where people make a mistake. Right? Just because something's affordable doesn't mean it's cheap. Your coin could be half a penny, but it could be sitting at a $2 billion market cap. Right? Which means that it would have to go to a $4 billion market cap to get to that penny. So what you want is a really low market cap, right? You want to get into something that has a good team, that has a good competitive moat, that actually does something, but is sitting at like 1 million, 2 million, 3 million market cap, 50 million market cap. That's what meme coins do. All the pump fund tokens come out at 1 billion circulating. That's why all memes have that to $1 dream, right? You could just get to 1 billion market cap, $1 per coin. Yeah, they do. The problem is you have to be pretty spread out to catch them. Build conviction, y'all. That's all I could say. Build conviction in a handful of coins, or else you're just better off in Bitcoin. It's like this. This is the reason that it outperforms for the most part. Is your Bitcoin. Right? And on this side is an altcoin portfolio. I don't know, is that 10 or is that more? Whatever. People who trade Bitcoin for the most part are putting the majority, 90%, if not more, in Bitcoin. And then they'll, dabble in some alts. People who trade alts do not just trade 1, 2, 3 alts. People who trade alts are going to trade 10, 20, 30, 40 alts, right? Which means that this entire portfolio right has to be split amongst all these coins, right? Maybe one of them goes parabolic, 2 of them, this one goes down, and this one goes down, and this one just comes up like this, and this one goes down. People always point at this. Well, Jasmine did 17x, or Sui did, or Solana did, and it's like, cool. Was your entire portfolio in it? How much did your portfolio go up with that coin, including everything, total portfolio? Right, so that's why people look and they're like, "Wow, Bitcoin only did an 8x," and that. Yeah, but it's the entire portfolio, right? There's a difference between watching a position 8x and watching the entire portfolio 8x. Like a big difference. I like to play narratives. So I usually end up with a lot of coins, but they're diversified across a couple of different narratives. So usually what I'll do is I'll pick like the number one, number two in each narrative, and then a low cap gem, depending on how many narratives happen to be hot. You know, last time it was AI, gaming in the very beginning, memes, you know, it's the same sort of structure for each. The blue chip, the runner up, and then a low cap gem with a really good team. But I haven't even started looking at alts yet, Lee. All the alts I'm looking at, you guys know. Only thing I'm paying attention to right now are stablecoin rails and RWA. So BNB, Ethereum, Solana, Tron, XLM, Canton Network. These aren't for plays right now, though, right? This is accumulation for the bull market. It would be nice. Good morning, High Def. That's a target. That's our next target. Excuse me. It comes from our bear flag. Oh no, I'm lying to you. It doesn't come from our bear flag. It comes from our M pattern. I was just trying to keep the chart clean, so I took it off the chart, but I left the measured move. Right, so that topping pattern right there is where this measured move comes from. That's the dotted line. Yeah, I think the chances of that getting hit are a lot higher than I wouldn't even say a lot higher, because once we get down there, it's really just breaking the seal here. We can just break this damn structure. I think we'll take all of this. The thing is, we need to hurry up because that monthly candle is getting close to closing. And we need to put a wick underneath this thing, bro. Look how this thing's gonna. This monthly candle closes like this. We only got 58 minutes. I mean, we got 7 hours. If this monthly candle closes like this, we got an issue. This monthly candle needs to close with like at least half of this wick. And so somewhere like 60, low 60s. Do you got your chart inverted? Or are you on the 1 minute? You buy the blood. You buy the fear. The main concept of what I trade here is mean reversion. Right? Price doesn't move in one direction. Price will always revert to the mean. So liquidity sweeps to one side or the other, push price away from the mean. I counter trade those. Volume, always volume. Only thing in crypto or only thing in charting that doesn't lie is volume. Only thing you can't hide. Not that it can't be spoofed, right? But it's the only thing you can't hide. You can on a blockchain level, like on a chain level. A lot of people accuse Solana of spoofing volume, spoofing transactions. But no, if the volume is there, it's there, right? Even if it just came in and it's meant to just, you know what I mean, for manipulation purposes, it's the volume's there. If the volume doesn't go up, there's no buyer stepping in. Right? Only way you can operate without it showing on volume is on OTC, and that's not going to move the candle. But if you buy on over the counter, no, just your regular volume bars that do just fine. There's plenty of volume indicators, but Whatever makes it easier to understand is usually the right indicator to use. So it's going to be different for everybody. I take sniper entries, so I'm usually on the 5 minute or the 1 minute. You know, we're not done with Cypher School yet, y'all. So there's still time to get in for the $50 one-time fee while we're still in the founders era. And there's 14 chapters there to answer all your questions. Not that I don't want to answer any questions. It's just some things there isn't just a simple answer for, right? There's a whole strategy behind it. Excuse me. So I'm gonna start dropping these deep dives as standalone videos. I'm gonna work from the newest ones to the oldest ones, but the same way that I want to have the lives sort of documented for archive purposes. I think it'd be cool in a couple years to have, you know, hundreds of deep dives. Go back and check our track record. Yeah, we got a good bunch, man. We got a good bunch in the Discord for sure. Come on, man. Give me a good entry. At this point, I'm going to be upset if we don't get a sweep and get a lower entry. I mean, not that I won't, whatever, and take a trade from here up into that liquidity, but do I got a squiggle? Like, is that what it is? I do not know what you're talking about. It's not even about the cheaper price. I just want a tighter stop loss. That's all. And try to get a real micro size stop loss and go heavy on this. Go, Squiggle, go. Mostly time frames and entry protocols. Snipers take much riskier entries, but they get rewarded with tighter stops. They also get stopped out of positions more. Like 1 minute, 5 minute. Scalpers like 5, 15 minute. You're more trading momentum. You're trading your EMA crosses. You're waiting for a bit more confirmation than snipers wait for. For that, you pay a little bit because your stop loss is further, which means your position size has to be smaller than a sniper's would be, but you get stopped out less. And you get the luxury of confirmation that you put a bottom in, at least temporarily. What? That's a horrible deal. How about we don't shave until 50 and we shave our head above 70? I'm with that. Actually, I'm not shaving my head for y'all. Now that I think about it. $1 million subs. And I'll shave my mata. Just grow a beard. Intentional bald isn't hard to pull off. $, that's easy. $1 million subs is a lot of subs. 1 million subs is actually a bit of a nightmare. 200-300 is cool. Even like 1,000, 2,000 in the chat, something like that. But 10K in the chat, 20K in the chat. You know, like you're not getting any one-on-one. You know what I mean? Like all the one-on-one sort of question answer shit is out the window at that point. Miami would take him back. The city loves LeBron. Yeah, at that point you got to have an inner circle, an inner circle, inner circle. Nah, I'm good. You lose what makes what, in my opinion, you lose what makes this place different. If it gets too big. I'd be more than happy with a small, tight group of people who are serious enough about learning that they're willing to like invest in their education. People that make the group stronger, you know what I mean? 4 or 5 years, it should be unstoppable. Just alpha everywhere. It'll be cool. I mean, it probably wouldn't stay that way. If I was to play the game, like if I was to record, you know, like this is the way influencers play the game. Right? Every single one of these arrows, right? Every single one of these measured moves that played out, every single one of these calls would be a short. Right? And you would flood YouTube with small time frame replays, background music, blah, blah, blah. And there would be 10,000 people, 100,000 people in the chat. Problem is that they'd all be here for the wrong reasons, right? They'd all be here because they'd all be here looking for signals, call outs. When do I get in? When do I get out? If we keep it more educational, we keep the content more educational, it attracts the right people, you know? But how I would handle it is I wouldn't change anything. I'd keep doing what I was doing. And eventually the people that weren't here for the right reasons would leave. And then we would boil that down to like the cream of the crop. Yeah, but that's so against like, I don't know. I guess if that's why I was doing it, then I'd be leaning in that direction. There's probably way more money in it than anything educational. You know what I mean? I'm sure. But I make my money trading. What I want to happen with the Discord is that the money that comes in from the Discord is enough to support the Discord, right? To make it self-sufficient. Self-sufficient and some. Pay for all the tokens, for the agents. So it was aggressively bright. Yeah, did you see the deals that the Knicks made though? Remember I told you my biggest fear that they would split the team up or that we would hit cap. We wouldn't be able to afford the team, keep the team together. That was some genius level trading that they did. I mean, if you go down the, yeah, everybody in New York was following it because obviously we have the habit of selling off our teams. But between the money that the cash deals that they secured, the first round picks and some second round picks, and the salary that he's given up, it's like 150 mil. They should be able to keep the whole team together and build the bench, which is going to make the next season crazy. I don't know if they can afford LeBron. I don't know if they can afford, well, somebody's taking a pay cut. Let's put it like that. Salary cap's 165 mil. They're over cap right now by 29 mil. They're not at the luxury tax though. They're underneath the luxury tax by 6 mil. I think the luxury tax at like 201. And then the first apron, second apron. Management owner told the Knicks that they're not going anywhere near that second apron. So do what you can with what you got, basically. Yeah. I mean, when you see how the city reacted, even if you don't care about the team, and he doesn't, right? That's the problem we've always had with New York owners. It's always been about the money. And the Garden is right in the middle of Tourist Central, right? So even if you don't put a good team together, the Garden's full every night. But I think there's no way that you don't see the potential, how much more, like every game is going to be packed. It's not out yet. I'm having some issues with TradingView. I think I'm going to have to re-release all of the public indicators, and then some of them are going to be Discord only. I'm running on like 4 hours of sleep right now. Or I would be doing it right now. I was supposed to do that today, but that's not happening. Yeah, before we start complaining too much about this price action, let's not forget what we just went through for the last 4 days. At least we're out of this shit. That was horrible. Yeah, we could. It's possible. Actually expected to dip back in it. But we'll see. Not until July. I think they're building liquidity. I think market maker wants as deep of a sweep as possible. They're bullshitting while liquidity stacks up. Only thing I'm worried about is that bears get too aggressive. And because they're already like bad market participants. Then of all the places that you could put your stop loss or you could put your liquidation, right? You're underneath the 50 and underneath the uptrend. I mean, underneath the downtrend. These guys right here, savages. No respect. If that gets any thicker, they're gonna go grab them. Right? It's way too easy, even if the intention is to go down, to grab them, hit that 50, and then go. You know, you're basically daring market maker at this point to come get you by sitting right there. Yeah, it's disrespectful. Yeah, that's free money. Market makers get paid by exchanges to keep balance in the books. Part of keeping balance in the books is clearing leverage when it gets out of control. I'll be right back. Give me a second. Yeah, 100x, 50x, 25x. I'm back, yo. Yeah, you can set it. I have it set to $1 million plus. It is hot as hell outside. I'm in Miami, bro. It's probably hotter here than it is in Europe right now. But I know you guys are a little more sensitive to the heat. Seeing some of the Europeans complain that are here for the World Cup. It was funny. Like, how do you live? It's like, I don't know how cold. My AC is set to 60, so probably somewhere around 70. Nah, trust me, I know. I lost power the other day. The whole neighborhood lost power. You couldn't even be in the house. Generator with grandma's AC going, everybody else outside. Yeah, I've got one for grandma. Grandma can't deal with that type of heat. But I don't have a house wide one. I did in the condo. That's one of the next things that I need to do. I've been renovating the house most of the bear market. Yeah, that's basically what it is, Serbo. It's price action though. Holy shit. All right, well, we're just going to be sitting here. I might as well gotta edit this deep dive. Might as well let y'all see it before I post to the channel. I mean, I don't know, Eric. The EU is about to open up in a big way for Circle right now for USDC. So I think if anything is going to threaten it, it's got a very short period of time to do it before it's sort of game over for competition. So this isn't even really, I can't even really call it a deep dive, right? It's just short. It's basically like something I want to start putting out periodically. Basically like a State of the Union, but for crypto. Just a, not like have we bottomed, like the have we bottomed videos, but more like what's the current state? What's the current vibe? Where does the industry stand? Nah, I thought the news was being exaggerated too, but when I saw people laying in the fountains in like France and shit, Italy's like laid out in public fountains, I was like, okay, nah, that's different. Excuse me. All right, let me turn off my camera so I can play this real quick. This will be reposted. I just want to go through it and make my edits.
Welcome to the
Bobby. Damn, it's early. Some of y'all might have never seen a Bobby video. Unless you're in the Discord.
Welcome to this video on where we stand in crypto. Today, we'll be navigating the storm by exploring market cycles, systemic risks, and the path to 2026. The current reality is that faith is fading. As Bitcoin experiences a drawdown, mainstream skepticism has returned with predictable narratives about crypto's lack of intrinsic value. we are sliding into Bitcoin is dead territory. We are witnessing systemic contagion centered on the largest corporate holder of Bitcoin. Their strategy, involving massive leverage, is facing a historic existential stress test, triggering wider market panic, just in time for lower prices. The STRC dividend security has seen a significant price drop, sparking debate. Is this a structural death spiral or intended design for a yield vehicle? Genius asset repurposing or good old-fashioned greed? When we zoom out, the anatomy of a cycle becomes clear. Price action follows a measurable sequence: accumulation, markup, distribution, and markdown. 3 year of bull market, 1 year of bear market. Enduring the terrifying markdown phase is the cost of admission. Historically, this is a necessary prerequisite to capturing the exponential gains seen in bull markets. If you are still here, you are ahead of 75% of retail. In this market, volatility is not just risk, it is leverage. Using the Sharpe ratio, we can see that crypto consistently presents a mathematically superior asymmetrical bet compared to other assets. Applying historical cycle durations, our projection suggests we are currently in the deepest part of the markdown phase, with a market bottom expected between late October through November. Dbloc's bear market bottom date is still firmly at October 5th to the 6th.
Yes,
This cycle is different due to the maturation of the market. The arrival of spot ETFs, liquid derivatives, and a shift in government policy have created a unique financial dynamic. How do you navigate this? The Dbloc playbook suggests strategies like the 500-day rule, dollar cost averaging to remove emotional panic, and utilizing tax-advantaged shelters. Ultimately, the storm always passes. While headlines may declare the sky is falling, the data tells a different story. Understand the cycle, ignore the panic, and position for the most asymmetric opportunity of the next 4 years. Welcome to this video.
Y'all should stop staring at Bobby's butt like that. You should be ashamed of yourselves. All right, that wasn't bad. I don't got to make too many edits to that. There's a couple things I want to change though, real quick.
Yeah, like the way she says Bitcoin is dead.
Morning, afternoon.
Good morning. So did we technically lose 60K and then it'll go and retest it?
Yeah, that was a fight, but we couldn't hold it. I'm getting some crazy buzz out of China right now when it comes to gold. I'm telling y'all, I think gold is getting ready to do the thing. It's lagging behind bonds, and that's not normal. And there's going to be a catch-up trade here. In my opinion. That is probably what I should do. 'Cause, 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 is get to the bottom of where this buzz is coming from. Apparently, the word on the street is that China plans on shutting down gold trading, which we talked about when we were talking about the commodity cycle in Cypher school. The East buys metal, the West buys paper. Once the East realizes that the West is over leveraged on paper, they shut down access to physical. Give me like an hour, I'll make it make sense. I mean, if this is going to catch, it needs to catch here. Because there's a nasty gap down to 337. All right, let me go nerd out on this.
You're gonna go buy gold, aren't you?
No, I'm going to do my research. Before.
He's going to the mine, everybody. He's gonna get some gold.
What the hell?
He found himself a little pocket.
Have I taught you nothing? We don't just act off rumors and you know, touch tones. We got to figure out what's going on here.
Okay. I'll make us some breakfast while you do that.
I'm not gonna lie, I could eat. Starving.
I'm gonna make some chorizo breakfast burritos.
All right, I'm here, y'all. I'm just away from chat for a second while I do this. Interesting. Yeah, I was up extra early today.
Yeah, your alarm went off or something?
I had a meeting this morning that I had to get to.
Oh, gotcha.
One of the clients that we're working with the Cypher Intelligence group thing was freaking out about some positions. My buddy was like, "Hey, we got to take this meeting." It was not cheap. Roll out of bed. I roll out of bed on 4 hours of sleep. Please believe that there is a check attached to the end of that because I love my sleep. But then once I'm up, I'm up. Like I can't just go back to sleep like that. I wish. Damn, so what? I can't save this as a. Why would you do that? That doesn't make any sense. Nice. That's what's up. How do I?
I think I had a dream that I got rich
Oh, yeah.
through crypto.
Okay.
So sometimes my dreams can be prophetic.
There you go. Gotta manifest it now.
Amazon Prime, the Prime Week, that first day, they made like $8 billion.
Some of my money in
I guess
there.
it's like most Prime Week has ever made. But the data was showing that they were mostly smaller items, like less, which is weird. It's just like less expensive things, more small things.
I bought a bunch of shit. And honestly, now that you mention it, it really wasn't anything big either. Like no real major purchase.
Yeah.
Just a
It,
bunch of shit that just need for the house, you know.
yeah, like things that where you feel like they're overpriced somehow, and so you're like, all right, I'm just gonna save this for later or whatever. And
I'm
then they knock
always
off
gonna buy the dip. I
$5.
mean, shit.
Yeah, I said the data said that it made more money than Black Friday or Cyber Monday, Cyber Week. There's probably some sort of psychology in there somewhere. Like my grandma, I was taking care of her again yesterday and the day before, and she told me, I just miss going to the store, because I was telling her I was reading a book. 'Cause she can't see, she can't read. She loved reading,
Damn, that
and
sucks.
she said she'd go. Yeah, if I lived with her, I think I would like have Alexa like read audiobooks or something to her. I don't know. But she said she'd go to the market and she'd go to the back where they'd have books, and she'd pick out one and they'd have a bunch of them in the series. And every time she'd go to the market, she could go and look. So she just said, I just miss looking. So I was thinking with this Amazon thing just now, like we're not actively like going to the store and like seeing this in front of our eyes. And so it's just like living digitally in our phone until it shows up at your door. But you have to just like, I guess the maybe the chemicals you get from shopping, like walking out of the mall or a store with the bag in your hand,
Mm-hmm.
does a lot more than you just find something digitally. Which, by the way, I wanted your opinion on GTA 6 and how that whole thing, you know what I'm saying? Because I know you're doing that thing that you couldn't talk about, but and you
I
don't have to
can't
talk about
really
what
say much. I mean, I don't really know much that I can say. I know what everybody else knows, right? Pre-sales are coming up. We're
yeah.
already active.
I was
November
wondering.
date is what they're looking at.
I was wondering your opinion on the physical disc, like how the pre-order is digital, but if you want the physical disc, it like the hard copy, it doesn't. From what I'm reading, it doesn't actually come in a hard disk. It's just the box with the code in it.
That's everything is digital, yeah. Everything's
And
digital.
then like a GTA $9 subscription. I
That
think
I
it's more
didn't
like
look into yet. I'd have to look into that.
it's like $9 a month. So all the subscriptions kind of making me upset. Like they're making computer components too expensive for us to buy. And then they're making all these data centers. And then I think their goal is to put us all on subscriptions and not own anything. And then PlayStation Network just took out like 150 movie titles from their library and didn't refund anybody who bought those movies. They're just gone. revoking the license. But you know what? It's too early to be angry yet.
Yeah.
I'm gonna wait a few hours. I got some of that moss from New Zealand called like spa moss. You ever heard of it?
Spa moss?
Yeah, spa moss
No.
or spar moss. It I'm trying to clone my grandma's lemon tree. She's got these Eureka lemons, and I've never tasted any lemons like it except for her house. And she planted this tree like in the 40s. So it's this big tree. So I'm trying to clone it. I've tried taking trimmings, growth hormone, all kinds of things. Doesn't work. So I got this moss. And then I'm gonna do the air rooting thing. So I've got a couple experiments on grandma's tree right now.
That's cool.
Yeah. Chat GTP, chat. You know what I'm saying? It says like I'm trying to keep a lineage alive or something.
Yeah, you keep the genetics alive.
Yeah, but also emotionally, like that's grandma's tree, and pretty sure my aunts and my dad are gonna sell that house, so I don't think I can take the lemon tree with me.
Yeah. I'm not sure. Those poor market participants that we were talking about earlier underneath the 50 are starting to pay for it.
Man, your shirt is printing still, huh? You close it?
Oh yeah.
It's down like 85 or more percent, huh? That was a great call, buddy. What was your expiration date? If you don't mind me asking.
I'm about 2 months out.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah. I timed it for right before. But I wanted to do, well, my ideal play was a short that would run right in time for me to TP and then start to DCA into, because I want to buy some for the way back up. This thing got absolutely wrecked. So
Are you gonna buy MSTR
yeah,
spot?
probably.
Yeah. And Circle is still good, like a good play.
I'm still DCAing whenever it has red days. Oh, excuse me.
You have coffee already?
I had like 2 Coke Zeros and a big cup of coffee, and I'm still dragging ass right now.
Hmm. Oh, is that what those brown marks were?
Ugh. I don't know how they do it over there around your parts, but
Easy scooting ass over there.
I scoot ass all day, and there's not going to be no evidence. of
Oh,
said scootage.
I'll have to take your word for it.
You need to take a bath is what you need to do. All right, finally a little bit of movement, but are you just gonna go dead on us or what? Reject off the 50, give us that sweep. If you guys are just tuning in, it's an unfortunate time for you to just be tuning in. But if you're just tuning in, we're looking for Bitcoin's monthly candle, right? June lows tend to lead into green Julys during bear markets. But we need to see some sort of buying pressure at the bottom of this candle. We've got 5 hours and a half left for it to close. Right now, this ain't it. So I'm hoping a quick ride down and then a sort of move back up into those liquidations that are above us here will give us that close on the monthly candle. Even if it just goes back up now and does it, whatever. But if we don't get that wick at the bottom of the monthly candle, then the chances of us having a red July increase. I'm trying to set up some nice swing trades, basically. I'm not really worried about small time frame stuff right now. If this plays out correctly, I'm hoping to set up a trade that'll last 2 to 3 weeks, maybe 1 or 2 weeks at the least. My bad, Doge. Just noticed your super chat. W super chat.
Viking?
Yeah.
Ah, what's up, Viking? Skull.
You notice how people are just numb to your bullshit at this point, Def? It's just crickets.
Oh, you got a troll?
Nah, just the Def. He's not well. Okay, if you're sure. And do what? Troll himself in the chat? I got this buddy, horrible with girls, like really bad. Like, I mean, 0 for 100. And when we go out, he just like, he's the type that'll just walk up to girls and be like, damn, look at your ass. Or like, shit that you know isn't going to work. Right. But the psychology of it is, it's easier to deal with being rejected because you said some wild shit than to be rejected when you tried your hardest and then got rejected. You know what I mean? That's what death reminds me of.
Dang. What an analogy. I can't relate, but I could picture it.
That's what he reminds me of. He's used to encountering friction in group situations. So he rather bring the friction than to try and still not be accepted. It don't gotta be like that, yo. Nah, it's nothing to do with trading, bro. This could be anything. This could be a gaming chat. This could be, right, like insert topic here. You trading while busy again, Aeon? He said Bob Ross, happy little trees.
Did you see that Ansem crap, Solana?
Yeah. Yeah, I had it up on the chart yesterday.
Oh yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it's not gonna work out well, I don't think.
No, so
The LP is too small.
the closer you get to the bottom, the more desperate people get for dry powder, and I'm not trying to be anybody else's dry powder right now.
Yeah. But
Everybody's in the same mode, right? Make as much money as possible before we get to the bottom. For some people, that's grinding away at trading, and for some people, that's drop a shit coin.
Crazy. There used to be millions of people trading on Solana. Now there's just like tens of thousands.
Wow, China is. This is interesting shit. This deep dive is going to be good.
I was reading, some history about how the dollar backed by gold, right, from in Fort Knox. But if China has more physical gold than Fort Knox, then I could see your 500-year thing changing hands. I'm thinking of that mountain that you drew, where it's like the right side of the slope, and they're trying hard to keep it up.
Yeah.
Do you think the AI bubble popping is going to be worse than 2008 or the same?
No, it won't be worse than 2008. There's been a lot of guardrails that were put in place to make sure that 2008 never happens again. At least the way that it did. Well, you're always going to have that real estate crash every 18.6 years, but there was a lot of leverage, man. There's a lot of paper that had to unwind during that.
The big short guy, Burry, you know how he invested in water a long time ago?
Yeah.
Well, those data centers need a lot of water.
Yeah. And he's going to bring it to them or something?
No, it's just a thought, like whoever controls the water or.
Yeah, but they're just paying local municipalities to tap into their supply or their rivers.
Doesn't it make the water not potable?
It's not good, but the money is. So, that's why that's one of the reasons that Elon wants to build his data centers in space. You let the cold of space cool, and then you let the solar from the sun be the power it needs.
Do you think that they've brought cadavers up there in space to see what happens to the human body?
You know,
I saw them like release pee.
It's never it's never the conversations we have. It's always the speed at which things go left that surprised me. What are you talking about? Of all the things you've been wondering about space, that's the one that's keeping you up at night.
No, I just thought of it right now.
No, I don't.
No,
I
didn't.
don't
probably thought
think you just let the intrusive thought win on that one.
Yeah.
No, I don't think they've ever taken cadavers into space.
It wouldn't have to be a whole one.
Who knows?
I guess it would
Know
just
what they're
freeze your
doing.
skin. You'd have to just watch it float away. And then you'd know, okay, that's what happens. Because, you know, like when you're standing, I don't know, if you know,
Because
you're
if
like,
you don't do that, then maybe by mistake you'll just end up taking a bunch of cadavers into space, and oh, who knew this was going to happen? If only we had tested it.
yeah, I feel like Elon will use one of his rockets, his reusable rockets, and he'll go, let's see what happens, because it's not going to hurt anybody. They donated their body to science. Let's see. And then you'd know, and then you'd go, okay, we can't let human skin come in contact.
You remember during Saturday Night Live, and I think it was like 2022, when Elon was talking about his trip to Mars, and they did that skit where the dude died on the way there or whatever. And then Elon was just laughed it off and was like, "Well, not everybody's gonna make it." It's fine. Thanks for the heads up.
I think a trip to Mars is a one-way ticket.
Yeah, pretty much. Have you had anything to eat yet?
I'm making the tortillas right now. They're frying in the oil, so no.
Yeah, that was a hungry thought.
Cadavers?
Yeah, not because it's appetizing, but you're not yourself when you're hungry.
This is good radio. What are you talking
Right.
about? I feel very different now during this time of dips than I did when I entered the market 4 years ago, 5 years ago.
More relaxed.
Yeah, I think I mean, I made a lot of mistakes, but I know one of them was timing. Like really educating myself on like the macro charts, right? And then really being impatient about things. And then you get frustrated and then you sell for losses constantly and you're like, okay, well, where is the bottom then? So the whole idea around the retesting and confirmation and yeah, not being scared to like miss the absolute bottom or top.
How do you play this? Like, how do you play a bear market if you don't know it's a bear market? So you have no idea of timing, and you don't at least have a like high time frame momentum filter to sort of let you know when things have turned around. Like, you can't just buy shit when it's cheap. Shit's been cheap for months. You look at some of these alts and they're bottom basement prices. Right? That little bit of cycle knowledge is what keeps you from buying too early, Not that you have to wait for the very bottom, but there's a big difference between DCAing for the last month or DCAing for 6 months.
Yeah. For me, I couldn't comfortably hold money in crypto like that for that long, I don't think. Where I am anyway. So I think back then I was looking at it as an investment, like, okay, well, yeah, I mean, 10, 15 years from now, there it is, but that's not real life. Anyway. for me.
Speaking of not real life, we got all of Elon's Optimus robots. That's a scary sight.
Is that real? Is that
Nah.
AI?
Yeah, it's AI.
Uh,
They're all moving exactly the same. Look, come on. It's 2026. We got to get better. Look at the movement. Pay attention to all of them at once. You see it?
是 AI 技术的快速发展与军用机
Whoa,
器人的大量出
whoa,
现。
whoa, 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 whoa. My God. Chill out. Look, you see it? Watch the reloads.
what about it? I missed it.
Forget it.
Wait.
No, I'm
Oh, I
done.
tricked-
I'm done. So, cadavers in space.
No, I want to know. So the banana clip comes out and they put another one in.
I'm saying that it's obviously AI because they're all doing it at the same exact time in unison.
Do you expect them to have a little bit of character, like each one? So one is like very sassy.
I'm expecting the clips to not run out at exactly the same time, mostly, but yeah.
Well, you could program them to, you know, spray out the same amount of bullets at the same exact time.
Imagine the actual radio control. There is a guy seated behind the keyboard and just punching the R so it reloads for all of them at the same time.
It's like the conversation I have with my mom every day when she sends me some crazy AI thing and she's freaked out about the world. Like, Mom, what was it the other day? The other day she sends me a video of a duck and a cat that became best friends. And they like show the duck when it's little and the cat when it's little, and then the duck is riding around on the cat's back, and my mom is bawling. I'm like, yeah, you cannot be that easy.
But if you were shown a video of a pup and a cougar cat, would you believe it?
Well, who and a what?
Of a puppy and a cougar.
Yeah, I mean, animals get along. That's not the weird thing. The weird thing is, or the obvious thing is that the duck probably does not ride around on the cat's back through town and, you know, go for smoothies. And
You'd probably be taught that.
the best one that I've seen that's actually real is this panther. Luna, this girl raised this panther from like a kitten, and she has a big ass Rottweiler. And the Rottweiler and the Rottweiler and the Black Panther are best friends. But that's just cool to watch. But they were raised together from like young. And I was watching her pre-AI, so I'm not suspect. All right, couple more of these. Couple more of these degens in between us and the 15. There's a lot of shit that happened pre-AI that if it happened now, I'd be like, that's fake. You guys heard about the dude in the Bronx in the projects that had a tiger in his apartment? Like a full-grown tiger in a like a 2-bedroom apartment in New York City. Shit like that is like shit like that is like okay.
I've seen a bear in the city center being like walked on a leash.
Like a circus bear.
Apparently, it was like a domesticated bear that actually lived in the apartment, like in the city center in Russia.
My toxic trait is that I think I could domesticate a bear if given enough time. It's like a big dog that can kill you. What's the say online? If not a friend, why friend shaped? You know?
Probably thinks, if not food, why food shaped?
Yeah, that's the problem. You got to keep them fed. You need time and plenty of food. Nah, I don't need to keep it like long term because I just want to get a couple belly rubs in. You know what I mean? Boop him on the nose a couple times and then just send him back to the woods. Yeah, in the middle of the city game. He had a bunch of other shit in there too. Animals and shit. But the tiger was they had wildlife walking the tiger out of the projects. That shit was all over the news, all over the papers. The Bronx is a different place. Like New York in general is different, but the Bronx stands out. Like Bronx stands out a little bit more.
Is it true if you make it there, you can make it anywhere?
I mean, yeah, I would say so. New York's not an easy place to make it.
Except space. You couldn't make it in space.
Are your fajitas done? You need some protein. Why can't I? Okay, hold on. I know. Do this. Yeah, look, it's a dude right here. Imagine that. You look through the window. It's probably the one apartment in that building that didn't get broken into. Hold on, though. Where's that clip? So it was right there. When was this? 6 years ago.
New tonight, a tiger that became a part of New York City folklore has died. Ming the tiger gained fame when he was discovered living inside Harlem's Drew Hamilton houses in 2003. Ming had injured his owner, tipping off authorities to his living arrangements. The giant cat spent the final 15 years of his life at an animal sanctuary in Ohio. He died of natural causes in February and was buried at the Hartsdale Pet Cemetery.
Rest in peace, man. From the projects in the Bronx to a nice country home in Ohio. He said had a good ending. The funniest part of that,
guy.
the funniest part of that was that it was injuring his owner that exposed him. Like, yeah, no shit. Like, how small those apartments. This is a New York City apartment that we're talking about. Like a closet and a bathroom. Well, he stepped on his tail or some shit. Yeah, it's epic. The the owner's arm in a sling, and then the limp on the way out, and the dumb look on his face, like, you know, who could have seen that coming? Like, what was your plan for this? There's just so many questions that I've had that have never been answered.
Yo, man, but it was my cat, you know?
I'm thinking like,
Why would it bite me?
I'm thinking like, what's the end game? Like, what, like, you trying to find somebody to sell it to? Are you, like, you obviously have to feed this thing. It's not cheap to keep a tiger alive. You're feeding it something.
Imagine the pickup lines, though. Hey, babe, do you want to come to my place? I'll show you the eye of a tiger. You know what I
Hey,
mean?
I mean, that's Tiger Riz is unique. He didn't think it'd get that big. He just thought it was like a street cat, and then it never stopped growing. What was those dudes in back in the day? Weird looking dudes with the white hair that used to like poke the tigers with sticks and whip them in Vegas, make them do tricks and shit. Where the tiger finally got fed up. What's Circle doing? I haven't looked at
Oh,
it today.
You mean the guy with like a whole documentary about him as well?
Yeah, the documentary is what I saw. I saw the documentary the other day. Yeah, that's what it is. Siegfried and Roy, what Tweak said. Everybody was like in shock. People were so sad, and I'm like, bro, like, it's a miracle that it lasted that long. What's going on with Circle, man? What is this?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Have you heard anything? I've
Nope.
been regularly saying things. Well, one of them was a really bad joke, so I'm kind of glad you didn't hear it. I was like, I'm gonna say it again. I was like, there ain't no Riz like, oh, what did I say? There ain't no Riz like Tiger Riz something. I don't know. It's stupid.
See, that was just the universe saving you.
Yeah, except for I unsaved myself.
This gap here on Circle is sort of what I've been watching. Looks like we're filling it now. Hold on, let me turn off this indicator so you can see it right here.
I said a bunch of stuff. I thought I was like participating in the conversation for like off and on for the last 10 minutes.
It's funny. This is interesting. I'd like to see what the mechanics. You think is people just getting out of the way, the uncertainty of Mika, but USDC stands to be one of the better, one of the bigger beneficiaries from these Mika regulations. maybe positioning. I know, like I said, that gap is there, but we'll see if it stops there and it's just this completing, the volume gap. But if it continues to sell off, we might be looking at something else. I'll have to dig into it. Yeah, I mean, but like, with USDT getting kicked out the way, like that opens up the EU for USDC. USDC and Coinbase. Funny how that works, right? Yeah, I'll have to see. We'll see if that holds, and then I'll try to figure out what's going on there.
Welcome to.
Nope. You're getting a little ahead of yourself there, Claude. Time is ticking on this monthly candle. Really don't have time for this. Stand up and stretch if you guys have been sitting for too long.
Whenever my watch goes off, telling me I've been sitting too long, I make myself do 20 jumping jacks. And then my watch tells me it's pleased.
I thought my camera was on this whole time. I just realized the shit was off. That's good though. I used to have alarms, but they would annoy the shit out of me, and then I'd just end up muting them, and it like defeated the whole. So a dog is good. You can't mute them.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. I thought it went out again. What's the? I said watch.
Oh, I thought you said your dog.
Nah. No, she could care less, except for when it's time for her walk. No, when my watch goes off, it'll say, you need to move. So I just started doing that. But it's good too, because I do feel a little better once I do them, like a little energized.
Sitting is the new smoking, and we do a lot of sitting. A lot.
I don't like it. I learned a new posture trick. If you've been sitting for a while, you might not notice that you're getting slouched. So what you do is you put your fingers on your sternum, like where your heart is, and you push your sternum into your fingers, and it corrects your posture.
Are you trying to tell me something?
I'm trying to tell everybody something,
Oh,
giving
okay.
a cool advice. It's just a cool trick I learned. And I was like, oh, because when you do it, sometimes you might feel like you're sitting up straight, but then you put your fingers and you push your chest, push your fingers out with your chest. And then you realize like, oh, wow, I was way out of alignment.
Isn't that the 5-finger punch from Kill Bill?
No, not really.
All you need to do is wiggle your big toe.
What does that do?
I was reacting off him.
Whatever Tana wants it to do.
What was that?
That's what it does.
What was that giggle though?
That's why I don't want to know.
It's a good, actually, it's a good headache remover thing. Like, you can get rid of your headache as long as it's a mild one. I'm not talking migraine, but if you start to feel a tension headache, if you concentrate on your big toe and you just look at it, you gotta take your sock off.
You gotta look at it?
You gotta look at it. You gotta concentrate on it. You focus on your big toe, and then every once in a while, wiggle it, and you keep
So
concentrating.
how are those fajitas coming? I'm gonna have to go with Dbloc on this one.
I'm serious.
She is starving right now.
There is some sense to that though, because your mind doesn't analyze your whole body. It just kind of focuses on one thing at once. So if you're intensely focusing on your toe, you're not noticing your head pain. And if it's one of those psychosomatic things where it just hurts because it hurts, like you keep focusing on it, so it keeps existing. You take the focus off of it, and then it can disappear. That makes sense.
You got it. You got it.
I think our
It's not loud
headaches.
and clear.
I think our
Left or
headaches
right?
work different.
That's why it has to be a mild headache. It's just one that, because if you keep focusing on a headache and thinking, oh, I have a headache, then you're manifesting it. If you can take your mind off of it, and if it wasn't like a real then
Yep, a tension headache is the most common headache. It's like 5 different headaches.
Does this work for the rest of us without foot fetishes, or is it specific to?
No, I swear it was one time. One time. Nobody bought my foot pictures. I was very offended. I even made a YouTube channel.
That's true, Scotty. Well, if it makes you feel any better, at least half the people in chat wiggled their big toe. And there's got to be at least one person that pulled the sock off to see if it works.
I think that anybody who is paying attention at least wiggled their toe.
It works, chat, I'm telling you. And what do you got to lose? Better than taking pills all the time.
Toe sprain. You could sprain your toe and then you have a headache and your toe hurts. But probably not.
Did you sprain your toe?
This is what happens when Bitcoin goes sideways for too long, y'all.
I knew you were going to say something like that. I was waiting.
You start to get nutty.
It's still good radio.
Yeah. Need some food is what I need.
You need something light, not maybe like Mediterranean.
I haven't slept, so I need something that's going to keep my ass up. Let me see.
Or you take a nap.
I don't know.
Shoot.
I can't sleep during the day. Once I'm up,
Wiggle
I'm
your
up.
toes.
You want high protein and low carbs so that the carbs don't crush you. That's probably the best diet to not when you have to be awake all day.
Yeah.
I
OD'd off creatine. I'll be fine.
You need go get some Vicks Vapor Rub. Okay, go get some Vicks Vapor Rub. They even make a little inhaler you can sniff. And then that'll wake you right up. Very mentholy.
I thought you were going to say and put it on your hole. If I can say the whole thing. Yeah, I can. On your butthole.
Oh, that
would
might
wake you
be.
up.
That is a unique use of Vicks. Can you make an extra fajita for Aeon?
I'm rubbing off on her. No, but for cereal, if you go down to the pharmacy, your Walgreens, whatever, you go down that cold section or allergy section, you get one of these freaking vapor inhalers. They're non-medicated. They're super mentholy. They'll open up your sinuses.
Chat, I don't want to hear it. I'm usually asleep at this time.
Ah.
This is like, if this is what y'all normally do, don't put it on me. I'm like a visitor at this hour. What time is it?
Yeah, it's quiet when you're sleeping usually.
That's true.
Oh, 3 o'clock? No, that's not true. I'd be on by now.
It's just one of those days.
It is one of them days. You see Lauryn Hill get that Living Legend Award, the BET Awards? It's so cool. I love Lauryn Hill.
I have personal beef with Lauryn Hill.
Oh.
She's not a very nice person.
I've seen that in interviews.
She's not. She's very, very much full of herself.
Well, I liked her in Sister Act too.
I loved Lauryn Hill growing up. It wasn't until she got married, became a Marley, and then like picked up this Queen vibe. But specifically, we were at this festival, and I went to the festival specifically to see Lauryn Hill. Other people were going, there's other shit. But, there's always one that stands out. So I'm like, okay, this would be a good little throwback and shit. It was pouring mud. Everybody's sitting in the rain. She's like an hour and a half, 2 hours late. goes out there, walks on stage, looks at the stool, wipes some water off of it, drops the mic, and walks off stage and goes home. I was like, oh, hell no. And then after that, I've heard that it's like a thing for her. Showing up late, canceling shows on some diva shit. It's like, excuse me, it's been a long time since that Fuji's album. You need to relax.
Well, the 90s music came back, you know, all these bands coming back. People are craving that time, I suppose. And people are going. I know I paid $1,200 for my No Doubt tickets. No, 1,600. I think. How much for your Lauryn Hill tickets?
I don't know. I don't remember. It was a long time ago. Do remember Erica Badu came on stage right after her and did like a 2.5-hour set in the rain. That shit was dope.
Oh yeah.
Brazil.
Brazil next.
I'm with you. I'm with you, Viking. I don't have a dog in this race.
Flex spice up emoji.
So Norway it is. Wait, is the US still in it? Bro, this is how ridiculously ignorant I am to all of this World Cup shit. Like, I saw a whole video where Europeans were just absolutely godsmacked that we don't care over here. They're like, what do you mean? Like it's in your country and you don't even know when the games are? You don't even know that there's a game going on? I'm like, nah, not really. I'm good, bro. I'm good. I don't know. From an outsider perspective, I could tell you that the one thing that I've noticed is that good teams just stay good, and there's not really a lot of upsets. Right? It seems like it's always the same countries you hear about. Is it like the Olympics where people from all over the place, or you have to be from that country? Like, in other words, you couldn't just move to that country to play on the team. I'm telling you, I have no idea how this shit works. When I was a kid, I thought everybody on the Knicks was from New York. Like, I low-key thought they went out and found the best basketball players in the whole state, and then and that's how you made the team. But yeah, for soccer, for football, whatever. I have no idea. We didn't even have like soccer goals anywhere in the neighborhood. It wasn't until I started like traveling outside of New York that I saw like a park with an actual soccer goal. Then going back to play for your team is a vibe for the Olympics. I would want to. Not only that, but you're probably going to be like the illest player on the team too. So it's, do I sit on the bench on the U.S. team or do I get to start? For the Kazakhstan team?
Man, never mind.
I mean, that would at least give us the wick. All right, so the reason that I want this to drop is because I want a bullish July, right? But I'm being greedy, obviously, so I want to get the lowest entry into that bullish July as possible. The problem is that we're starting to run the risk of closing this candle with no wick, which would be worse than not getting it'd be worse than not getting a cheaper price, because then it sort of kicks the idea of a green July into question, right?
Jasmine.
You want this to end with a wick. So yeah, if it could go up at this point, I'd rather it pop up and close. Well, there's 4 hours. When we get to like 2 hours, it's like, okay, now you got to pump wherever you're at, whether it drops or not. 2 hours left, you've got to make a move just to make the, to make the candle look good, because if not, it's going to be bad. Look at where we're at. In essence, what you want to do is you want to close above these bodies, right? That's the longest accumulation that we had during a bull market for Bitcoin ever in Bitcoin's history, right? So it's understandable that we find some sort of support here, and that we put in some sort of green July, even if it falls short, and then rolls over, whatever. But if we close underneath that, right, then that's going to be seen by a lot of people as a break of structure. And without a bottom wick that shows buy pressure, you run the risk of a continuation going into July, which sort of screws up my whole swing trade. So I'm not really excited about that. So I'm going to give it like an hour. If in an hour we haven't swept, at that point, I'm rooting for it to just go, because if not, it's just going to screw the chart up. If that makes any sense. At this point, the only thing underneath are liquidations, right? Meaning all of your market maker motivations are above. Right? So the motivation and the gas is there to give us that wick. I just don't understand what the hesitation is if it isn't to build that liquidity. To me, that's what it feels like. It's the only thing that makes sense. You're going to sit here, you're going to build enough liquidity to the bottom that lets you take this entire sweep in one go so that you can set up for the move. Like, that's literally, as putting myself in market maker's shoes, is the only thing that makes sense. Right? Build that bear flag. Build up the liquidity underneath so that when you break the flag, It gives you that move that takes all the liquidity and then goes up after your targets and your gas. But again, I'm going to give it an hour. After that, I'm going to have to start rooting for it to just go, or we're going to get into some issues. I am. That's what I'm saying. That move down is exactly what I'm waiting for. Now, to cover both bases, right? If we do range and that monthly candle closes, then I'll be taking type 2 entries, right, wherever we get it. Yeah, but you can't sweep too late or that monthly candle is going to close.
Dbloc, Jasmine hit. Looks like it's trying to break this support here.
Jasmine. All right, Jill, we'll be there in a little while. If you get there before me, just like wait, I guess. Wow, 004 on Jasmine.
I know it. What was the previous bear market bottom?
002.
Okay, so you have looking keep going.
I can't change my tune when it comes to Jasmine just because she's my favorite. So we did not take out bull market highs, even though we 17x, 18x, actually 19x, really, if you caught bottom to top. So the chances of taking out the lows are there. The chances of me not buying it when it takes down the lows are almost zero. Y'all that have been here for a while, yeah, know I got a thing for Jasmine. Nah, squiggles there. I just made it light colored because it was annoying the shit out of me. Hold on, it's around here somewhere. Bam. What's in question is the dip part. This, for me, isn't in question. This, we're going to grab that liquidity, grab those magnets. The question is, do we get a nice entry to do that, or do we have to take a type 2?
I've seen on Twitter this that they I mean, of course there's some people that are mixed bag, right? But I have to look at what time frame, but they're like, this could be a spring for Wyckoff.
Yeah, I was looking at it. I mean, this whole thing is, in my opinion, excuse me. This whole thing, in my opinion, is distribution. But I do understand the people thinking that, because usually if you're going to get a move up, which is what we're looking for into July, then you would get that sign of weakness to the downside your spring before you actually came up and made the move. But before we can, yes, I agree. But before we can get all excited about that and start throwing money around, this monthly candle has to close favorably. or else you're gonna spook away the macro guys. You can't spook the macro guys. Right? And the monthly candle is the most, you know, at that point, if that candle closes with no wick, you're gonna get people selling off that normally wouldn't. But worse than selling off, you're gonna get people sitting on the sidelines. And we need their money. And by people, I mean macro investors that don't sell whenever there's a little red candle. Like if they put their money in, it's going to stay in and they're going to continue to put their money in for weeks. But that's not going to happen with a flat candle.
Yeah, but Dbloc, what? But normally there's like a huge scare, right? And
Mm-hmm.
we haven't really gotten one. We're just getting this like slow bleed walk down. It's not scary.
We're not at the bottom yet. We're in crypto winter right now.
Oh, you're talking about just a small little spring.
I'm talking about this. I'm talking just to move down into this liquidity here. But this itself, in my opinion, is the setup for what we were talking about with our June bottoms, right? Every bear market in June, we put in a macro bottom. The next July is typically green. And not just a little green, like 40% green. Again, not expecting 40%. We don't have the type of volume we had during these times, but I am expecting a green July. Right? You put in not cycle lows, but you put in a macro low on the monthly in June, and then you get that green July. But pay attention to the candle. That buy pressure came in before the candle closed. Right? Didn't close as a flat candle. Same over here. And not only that, but July's lows don't take out June's lows, which means if you can catch June's lows, it's a pretty nice swing trade. And then the same thing in 2022. Right? June's lows lead to a green July. And in both cases, they lead to the final capitulation. Right? After that, capitulate to the lows. Right? After that, capitulate to the lows. That's exactly what I'm expecting here. I'm expecting price to hold support. That Wyckoff accumulation that we're in should give us the spring, which we should be in now if this thing gets to springing. The spring is cool, but we've got 4 hours and 20 minutes to actually spring this thing. So we can end with a wick, and it doesn't have to be a big one. It just has to close above these bodies, in my opinion. It'd be amazing if you could get it to close above that body, but I don't see that happening in the time that we're looking at. Then we can swing trade a green July, or at least the idea of it, right? With tight stops, obviously, where we're sitting now. If we're wrong, we're stopped, whatever. But that's why this is interesting, right? Because this is what's happening at the bottom of the July candle, of the June candle. So if this truly is Wyckoff, and I think it is, haven't pulled up the schematic in my head. Let's do. We got the technology, right? So just pull it up. Like merge
Well, we're in
TA.
The monthly 50 EMA cloud. Maybe it just goes to the very bottom of the monthly 50 EMA and then springs up. That's a
Possible.
little bit further to go.
This merch shit has taken over my download folder. Where are my files at?
We need to organize that.
Yo, no bullshit. That's a job for Claude. Go in and organize all my shit. I already started, but there's a bunch of stuff that's just everywhere. Design mockups, Cypher School aids. Here we go. Wyckoff distribution. Where are you, gang? Here somewhere.
You could type it in the search bar.
It's right
Unless
here.
you didn't name it.
This is
When
one,
you
but that's
find
not
it,
that
name
one. I mean, that would make sense if I was somebody who labeled shit the way it's supposed to be labeled.
You could organize it by date, last modified.
So is this the spring? Right? That's the question. No, for sure we had our AR and we had our, well, I can show you better than I can tell you, I guess. Let's go to hourly. So Wyckoff, right? Wyckoff was looking for the fingerprint of the composite man, right? Of the invisible hand of the market, how they used to call it. What we know now is market maker. For the tools he had at the time, we did an amazing job. I do consider what we do a continuation on what he did. Dun, dun, dun. Slight deviations, doesn't have to be perfect. The question is this the spring, right? If this is the spring, then we'll come back into that range. We'll hold and we'll push away. Yeah, that works. The concept is this, right? Big money can't move all at once. So price will go into an accumulation zone. Market maker needs to rebalance assets versus fiat, right? Because they provide both. But when it's time for market maker to reallocate, hold on, or rebalance the asset holdings, then they put in accumulation ranges on a Wyckoff level, right? On a bigger level. And the reason is because they can't just buy. And so they'll provide liquidity. They provide liquidity for the moves up. Right, as you see there. And then pay themselves on the long positions on the way down. But the accumulation happens at the lows. Then the liquidity provision is stopped at the tops. Price reverses. Orders get filled on longs. Keeping it in a range like this not only lets market maker and, whales accumulate at a certain price point slowly, right? So that they don't create slippage and screw themselves on price. It also creates a pool of liquidity underneath from all the degens that are going long. Right. So typically the way it'll work in a Wyckoff accumulation is they'll nibble, small, loading up their bags, not enough to be able to actually move price. And then at the end, they dip down into this pool of liquidity. Right? And what that does is that allows them to then buy big without creating slippage because you have forced counterparty. And then price goes, if that's what we're looking at. Makes sense. So far we have seasonality and we have structure going for this, and liquidity. So I'm gonna come down to this next couple hours. Yeah, we should be at that, close to that EMA on the 15. Now's when we find out if this is just mean reversion, punishing some of those irresponsible traders. I literally don't see the point of sitting down here for this long if they're just going to squeeze price up without taking out. Like, literally makes no sense to build this liquidity and not take it. Y'all better stop acting like you can outbear me. Well, actually, what's your bottom target? Let me ask before I say that, because and if you're confused by me calling myself a bear and at the same time saying that I think we have a green month coming up, that's just how this works, man. You got to be able to separate the macro from the immediate time frames. I'm wrapping up some of this China research. They're making a pretty big power move on gold. But just like anything else between us and China, I think it's a little bit deeper than just what's on the surface.
The central banks are buying up gold as well as China. I was doing a little recon on that this morning. I
Yeah,
was talking to my gold dealer, and he was pointing me to look up a couple of things, and it's a little frightening how much they've been buying the last several months and years.
they're hedging against their dollar exposure right now. You know, this multipolar world that we were talking about is starting to have its effects. Like these central banks need to be able to transact just as easily with China as they do with the US now. It's interesting stuff. I'll have this done probably in the next. I've just gotta fact check one more thing and then make sure that it all sort of makes sense in a narrative. And like within the next hour, I think we'll be able to look at it. There's a lot here though. I want to make sure I don't leave anything out. I was talking about it yesterday, Coco, how crazy it is that like stuff is unfolding almost as we cover, you know, like as we go over it, the chapters, like the world just like, here you go. Because we're
Is
just
following suit.
talking
Yeah.
about
When I was
this.
talking to my gold guy this morning, he said he didn't use the word simulation because he's not in the crypto world at all. He's totally gold and silver. He says, this is like I'm watching a movie. I said, yeah, it's kind of like that, isn't it? He says it's just unfolding exactly the way that I'm proposing to you and my clients that it's unfolding, because he's all about the metals and copper and silver and the data centers. He told me about this crystal in Oklahoma that has the ability to generate energy on its own. It's insane. And that's one reason why the data centers are supposedly coming here. I can't remember the name of it. I'll look it up. He sent me all the info on it. And this was several weeks back, so that's why I can't remember the name of it. But I did do a little deep dive on it. And sure enough, Oklahoma is fraught with this particular type of crystal. And you'll see on like YouTube videos of people taking this crystal and setting it in a spot, and it literally will generate energy on its own. It's bizarre. So he's all into this kind of stuff. And he said, China is the one to keep your eye on with the gold and the central banks, and silver's next. And I said, really? There's a lot of silver's not getting a lot of love right now. And he said, you watch, because they're getting ready to do away with the nickel by the end of the year. And he said, the reason isn't because it's too costly to make. The reason is because they need the copper and I think it's the copper and the nickel from the penny and the nickel to make that alloy that you were talking about a long time ago when silver was running.
Silver,
And you said
nickel,
there was an
silver.
alloy. I don't even remember what the name of it was.
It's
but
called
I said,
nickel silver. It's basically just an alloy between nickel and copper, and nickel and copper tend to go up when silver gets too expensive.
Yes. But that's why his theory is that's why they're doing away with the penny and the nickel, is because these data centers are going to be so prevalent nationwide that they have to have silver as a conductor, and there's not enough. So they're getting rid of the penny and the nickels, claiming they're too costly to make, but really they need the nickel and the copper, or the silver and the copper from the nickel and the penny, to extract this alloy to be able to fulfill these data centers. I have no idea if that's true or not. That's what he just told me a little bit ago. Like, dude, I got to go back to work.
It's a little bit of all of it, but it is very expensive. It's like ridiculously stupid expensive to make coins. It literally doesn't make any sense. It costs 3.6 cents to make a penny.
Well, my reality is we're all going digital anyway.
Yeah.
He doesn't really see that, but why would you keep making these when it's going to go away in the future anyway, when it's all going to be on the rails? And he just, he's got best friends that have been Bitcoin miners from almost jump, that have made millions and millions of dollars, and he still can't wrap his brain around it. He's still gold and silver all the way.
Sounds like a real metals guy.
Yeah, that's exactly right. He's old school, and he said, if I can't touch it and feel it, just like my dad, if I can't touch it and feel it, I just can't do it. So anyway, are we doing a little class or something here in a little bit?
I want to do a deep dive on the whole China gold thing. Yeah, probably like in the next 45 minutes to an hour. What time is it right now? 4 o'clock? Yeah, at 5.
My time, 4 o'clock, yeah. Okay, sounds good.
I'm just scripting the slide deck.
By the way, for those interested, actually looked into it a couple of days ago. The battery diamond thing, that's the carbon 14 diamond lattice battery, something like that. This I think is called. So they basically place like half decayed carbon 14 like nuclear waste essentially like within the diamond core, and then based on the on the shape of the diamond, they're basically able to get a very steady like power outflow And that thing is supposed to last for like a century at least, or something like that.
It's crazy.
Sounds like Rick and Morty stuff, but yeah, apparently it's actually real.
Been trying to figure out a way to make energy for the longest to save the planet, but when it comes to making some memes, we'll figure it out. Oh, we need more energy? We got this. I'm here for it, man. Use all of it. Oh shit! Did they DJ? That's a nice pickup. I'll look into it. They can't keep any list secret for too long. Looks like we have our answer. I think we're going to try to put that wick in on this monthly candle. Let's see.
Yeah, let's go. Get some breaking news.
No, just some stuff that needs to be checked out still. Give me a second, y'all. I'll be right back.
Fam.
My bad. I just noticed I was muted on YouTube. I'll be right back, YouTube. At 5, we're gonna do the deep dive. I'm just gonna go grab something to drink and handle that. Be back. All right, I'm back, y'all. Let me get all this set up. And we'll dig in. So TLDR, China shutting down Shanghai spot gold trading. So the West has no way to deleverage or cover margins. Give me a second. We'll walk through a video, and then we got something for us to listen to. This isn't going to be all fancy and colorful and shit, because this one is kind of important to pay attention to. I'll wait until 5. I said I would start it at 5. But anybody that's interested in gold in that rotation, right, it goes back to what we were talking about. What happens when ES and NASDAQ go down, right? Where does that defensive rotation go into? Does it go into bonds or does it go into gold? Well, we saw bonds drop, but we didn't see gold pop, which is why I said that we had a divergence there. And I think we're starting to see the beginnings of that. But this is going to, in my opinion, possibly accelerate that process. Where is... All right. Turn this off. Coco, are you here? I know you wanted to hear this. Bro, if you two need to go get a room, because what you're not going to be doing is spamming the chat. Discord, can you hear me? All right, yeah, I see my mic moving. What's going on, Idol? All right. China's making a move on metals right now, so we're gonna deep dive this gold situation, and then we'll get back to the charts. As far as our monthly candle goes, we have 2 hours and 58 minutes, and as of right now, it doesn't look great. Expect that to be a bit of a slow grind. No problem, real. I'm the worst at getting back to DMs and shit, but I try to clear them all. All right, let's give it like 5 more minutes. Let me finish this, and I'm waiting to see if Coco pops in. There's a lot of like, yeah, it's kind of hard to tell. There's a lot of spam messages, a lot of scam messages, and then people's messages get sort of lost in the mix. Yeah, Circle's taking a dip. I saw that. Had a gap on the 4-hour that we filled. But what happens after this is going to be telling. All right, if you're interested in this gold rotation, lock in. I got you. I should have stopped it. I was trying to fix it in the background. Give me a second, guys. Forgot to merge the audio track. Dun. One second. All right, we good? No errors? Cool. I'm also trying something new after this. It's audio, but it's not the podcast. So Crypto Cypher Storyteller. All right, we should be good now. Let me know if everybody can hear this when it starts. Well, I'll be able to tell if I can hear it.
Okay, sit down. This is classified briefing energy. Project Anchor, tracking the collapse of paper gold, the Eastern shadow accumulation of physical assets, and the West's hidden $1 trillion countermeasure rewriting global hegemony. This isn't a gold's up today clip. This is the real money war. East versus West, paper versus physical, and a $1 trillion move quietly being built to fight back. 15 parts. Buckle up, because once you see this pattern, you can't unsee it. July 24th, market, the day the casino closed. Jan through May, paper gold trading sat flat. Then China's mega banks, ICBC, Postal Savings, Ping An, pulled retail access to paper gold entirely. The kill switch? Margin requirements hiked to a record 140%, demanding more collateral than the trade was worth. The chart spikes June through August, an unprecedented systemic reset. Leverage deferred contracts eradicated. Retail speculation ends. Only pure physical delivery remains. In the first case, gold hit an all-time high north of $2,400 per ounce, then suffered a brutal 28% flash correction, and regulators are just protecting the retail trader with strict volatility control. Sounds noble. Strategic reality. Decades of Western price suppression ran on unbacked speculative paper claims. The real objective is enforcing real price discovery by permanently dismantling the gambling apparatus manipulating supply. They're not protecting anyone. They're erasing the illusion. Let's dig in. The physical asset, actual metal, safely vaulted, finite, unprintable supply. The paper multiplier, 10-plus leveraged claims stacked on every single ounce, traded daily on London and COMEX, rarely ever intended for physical delivery. The systemic flaw? Market algorithms price the asset off that inflated paper supply, crushing the true value. The second every claim holder demands physical delivery simultaneously, systemic collapse. That's the whole con laid bare. In the second case, the price divergence between physical asset premiums and paper contract spot prices are exploited. The precedent? Silver. A 40% premium divergence hit physical silver in January, revealing a fracture in institutional trust. The chart. Q1 starts at P over P equals 1.0, parity. By Q4, it's blown out to P over P equals 1.75. The geopolitical objective? By burning down its own paper markets, China forces the house to stop cheating, revealing the true premium in an honest environment. The Sovereign Hoarding Protocol. Officially, Q3 2023, 218 tons. Q4 2023, 220 tons. Q1 2024, a record, with 10 of the last 11 quarters exceeding 200 tons of central bank buying. But that's just the official telemetry. The shadow telemetry is where it gets real. World Gold Council data points to massive undisclosed accumulation. Estimates suggest true hoarding, especially out of China, is running at potentially 10x the officially reported volume. They're stacking in the dark.
That's an issue.
Abandoning the forever war reserve. The old regime, foreign trade surplus historically got parked in U.S. treasuries, quietly subsidizing unipolar dollar hegemony and funding decades of conflicts. The rotation. Hundreds of billions in treasuries are being systematically dumped by Eastern central banks right now. The tactical paradox? Sovereigns are deliberately trading a yield-bearing bond for a zero-yield asset, gold. Conclusion? Trust in the American paper promise is structurally broken. Assembling the parallel architecture. Node Alpha is Shanghai, the engine, a new clearing and settlement hub built entirely on pure physical delivery to enforce true supply and demand pricing. Node Beta is Hong Kong, the gateway, the front door letting global capital bypass mainland capital controls to access real liquidity. Logistics readout. Hong Kong's vault capacity is mid-expansion. A 10x protocol surging from 200 tons up to over 2,000 plus tons for global settlement. The system is live. Structural dichotomy, the two casinos. Western system, London, New York, leveraged paper contracts and unbacked claims. Pricing is speculative betting and algorithm leverage. Infrastructure is financialized, digitized clearinghouses. Currency pegged to US dollar. Eastern system, Shanghai, Hong Kong, one-to-one physical delivery and pure settlement. Pricing is actual physical metal scarcity. Infrastructure is 2,000-ton reinforced bullion vaults. Currency anchored to a gold-backed yuan. One's a casino. One's a vault. Bypassing dollar hegemony. 2 phases. Phase 1, execution. Reprice global commodities, oil, minerals, everything. directly in yuan. Phase 2, settlement. Clear every trade through the Shanghai-Hong Kong physical bullion corridor. Strategic outcome. Trade partners hold the yuan with confidence, knowing it operates with a convertible physical gold anchor instead of relying solely on a sovereign promise. An unsanctionable, multipolar alternative to the dollar is born right here. The West's dormant nuclear option. Reserve fact. The U.S. officially controls 8,000 tons of sovereign gold. The accounting fiction? Trapped by a 1973 Nixon-era law, that reserve is permanently valued on U.S. ledgers at an artificial $42 per ounce. Official book value? $11 billion. The market reality? At modern rates approaching $4,000 per ounce, the true geopolitical value of that reserve nears $1.2 trillion. Restricted access?
Yeesh, that's Elon
Valuation
money.
anomaly. The number's been frozen the whole time. Monetizing the balance sheet. The mechanism. The U.S. Treasury Secretary holds legal authority to instantly revalue the 8,000-ton reserve to current market prices.
Yep.
No vote needed. The impact? That move instantly materializes over $1 trillion in debt-free equity for the U.S. government, funding operations without issuing one new inflationary bond. Current status? Fed and Treasury officials have openly researched this exact monetization strategy for execution within the next 12 to 24 months.
Quantitative easing,
monetary
anybody?
declaration of independence. The counter protocol. A proposed 50-year U.S. Treasury bond, redeemable in either fiat dollars or physical gold. The strategic symmetry. If the East anchors the yuan to gold to build international trust, the West must relink the dollar to gold to defend its unipolar dominance. The speculative timeline. Intelligence suggests alignment with America's 250th anniversary, July 4th, 2026, the exact day the gold window may partially reopen. The clash of reserve systems. The dying era. U.S. dollar hegemony. Unlimited fiat expansion. Paper gold suppression. Unipolar order. Fiat debt focus. Status decaying. The emerging paradigm. Multipolar trade alliances. Physical sovereign reserves. True price discovery. Multipolar order. Physical asset focus. Status accelerating. Synthesis. This isn't a debate over the spot price of a metal. It's a coordinated rejection of unbacked paper promises by the most sophisticated capital on Earth. In my opinion, metals run. 1. The shutdown. Eastern retail paper gold markets are effectively terminated. Speculative margin trading is dead. 2. The migration. Sovereign capital is actively draining from U.S. treasuries into physical gold. 3. The infrastructure. The Shanghai and Hong Kong 2,000-ton physical parallel system is fully operational. 4. The watch list. Monitor U.S. Treasury monetization rhetoric and gold-backed bond proposals targeting 2026. I'm preparing for the repricing.
So, nothing new here as far as what my plan is, right? We've been talking about it for a while. I think that the rotation out of AI is going to go into metals before it goes into anything else. I think that rotation will go from metals into Bitcoin eventually at the bottom of our market. What's interesting about this is they're starting to line up the catalysts for that to happen. And so now it's not just the chart looking better than Bitcoin does. It's the supply shock, right, of the East holding on to their metals. I've been saying it for the longest, right? The East buys metal and the West buys paper. Well, the East is going to try to make the West pay for that right now. So, and it's back and forth, right? We attack the oil route, they attack the gold. It's nobody wants to admit it, but this is Cold War business, in my opinion. All right, we can just look at the chart for this next one. I wanted more of an explainer than a back and forth with the podcast, so I tried something new, and y'all just let me know how it lands. It's just audio though. Yes, okay.
Welcome to this explainer. Look, today we're tracking what I can only describe as a fundamental transformation in the global economy. We are talking about a literal multi-trillion-dollar battle for the very definition of money itself. It's a massive story, really. It involves shadow accumulation, covert strategies, and this monumental shift of wealth and pricing power moving straight from the West to the East. To really grasp how this all kicks off, we actually need to start with a very specific, honestly kind of punitive number, 140%. China just recently slapped a massive 140% margin requirement on paper gold trading for retail investors. I mean, think about that for a second. Why on earth would a global superpower demand significantly more collateral than the underlying investment is even worth? That's not a standard market requirement, right? No, it's a penalty trap. It is specifically engineered to force a massive liquidation. And the wild thing is, that penalty was really just the beginning of a highly coordinated shutdown. We're seeing major Chinese financial institutions, heavyweights, like ICBC and Ping An Bank, just outright pulling the plug. They came out and announced that, effective July 24th, retail access to paper gold trading is simply being switched off. The whole shebang just done. Now, you know how it goes. Whenever a systemic move this massive happens, two completely competing narratives always pop up. The official story from these big institutions? Well, it's all about protection, supposedly. Since gold prices swung down roughly 28% from their early 2024 peaks, they're claiming they're just stepping in to protect everyday citizens from volatility. But the unofficial reality? It is vastly different. This is a highly strategic, calculated move to totally shut down speculative margin trading and finally end the artificial suppression of gold's true price. Okay, let's dive into this, because to understand exactly why China is pulling the plug so aggressively, you really have to look at the system they're actively rejecting. For a long time, Western paper gold markets have essentially operated as a giant fractional reserve casino. Institutional players, they aren't actually trading real physical blocks of gold. No way. They are trading leveraged, deferred contracts. They're literally just trading paper claims. Think about it like this. It's like a giant puzzle. Or better yet, imagine you have one super rare ancient Mew Pokemon card sitting securely in a safe. That's step one. Now, step two, you write up 10 paper certificates and each one claims ownership of that single card, and then you sell them to 10 different people. Step three is the market reaction. Because the market suddenly sees 10 paper claims floating around, it just assumes supply is really high, which artificially suppresses the price of your asset down to roughly 1/10 of its true value. And finally, step four exposes the fatal flaw of all this leverage. If all 10 of those people walk in on the exact same day and demand physical delivery of their card, boom, the entire system completely collapses. So this rejection of the paper market plays into a much, much broader geopolitical shift. On one side of the coin, you have the traditional Western markets, places like London and the COMEX in New York. Their main mechanism relies heavily on paper contracts that are driven by speculative betting. I mean, the daily trading volume of these paper claims drastically, and I mean drastically, exceeds the actual physical metals sitting in the vaults. But then, on the other side, you've got the Eastern markets being built up in Shanghai and Hong Kong. Their entire system is based on physical delivery and real supply and demand. They are completely rejecting the paper casino. All of this leads us to a massive, multi-trillion-dollar question. If the world's most sophisticated financial players already know that the paper casino is rigged and built on artificial supply, what exactly are the central banks doing behind the scenes? Well, I'll tell you. They are quietly hoarding the real thing at a pace we have literally never seen in recorded history. In just the first quarter of 2024 alone, central banks bought a staggering, absolute record-breaking net 244 tons of physical gold. And remember, that number even includes estimates of undisclosed purchases. So what we are looking at here is massive shadow accumulation happening on a sovereign level. And hey, this isn't just some one-time anomaly. Central banks have actually scooped up over 200 tons in 10 of the last 11 quarters, and a lot of it was done completely in secret. But here is the truly fascinating part. To fund all this, they are dumping hundreds of billions of dollars in U.S. treasuries. Now, for half a century, parking extra cash in U.S. debt was the globally accepted safe play, right? That was the standard. But today, foreign central banks are systematically selling off the paper promise of a superpower just to hoard a tangible metal that yields absolutely zero interest. That is huge. So China is really leading this charge, and they aren't just hoarding. They are constructing. They are actively executing this structural, physical market shift to yank global pricing power away from the West and bring it directly to the East. They basically want the true price of gold to finally be revealed through actual physical settlement. And to make this happen, they are building out the infrastructure with an unbelievable 10x expansion. Right now, Hong Kong is upgrading its physical gold vault capacity from 200 tons to over 2,000 tons. I mean, you do not need a 2,000-ton vault if you're just trading digital certificates and paper claims, right? You only build a footprint that massive if your entire financial system relies on the physical delivery of actual metal. Let's break down how this new dual-engine machine actually works, because it's pretty clever. Shanghai acts as the vault and the ultimate price setter. Because it strictly requires physical delivery, the price established there reflects genuine supply and demand, totally free from all that paper speculation. However, China has some pretty strict capital controls, which makes it tough for international players to participate directly. So that is exactly where Hong Kong comes in. Hong Kong acts as the international front door, allowing the rest of the world to trade on Shanghai's honest price without running afoul of domestic capital limits. And this entire infrastructure supports one very specific, very powerful geopolitical strategy, the gold anchor. See, China knows the world doesn't completely trust the yuan just yet, but you know what the world absolutely does trust? Gold. So by pricing major commodities in yuan and then allowing trade partners to settle those transactions against the physical gold secured in Shanghai, China is essentially providing a proxy for stability. They are tying their currency to a tangible asset to challenge US dollar dominance, and they're doing it all without ever firing a single shot in a military conflict. So if China is essentially building a parallel financial system entirely outside the influence of the dollar, it really forces us to ask a glaring question. What is the United States going to do about it? I mean, how does the US even counter a move that is structurally this massive? Well, the counter move actually starts with an incredibly outdated number, $42. The United States government officially holds around 8,000 tons of gold. But get this, due to a quirk of law from the Nixon era way back in 1973, that gold is still officially valued on the Treasury's books at just $42 per ounce. Today, $42 barely buys you a decent dinner for two, but that is somehow the official accounting for a metal that is currently trading at roughly 100 times that amount. It's crazy. And this brilliantly illustrates the situation we're in. Because of that old Nixon-era quirk, the official value of U.S. gold is sitting at around $11 billion. But at modern market prices, that 8,000 tons is worth closer to $1 trillion. So there is literally a hidden $1 trillion gap between the official book value and the true market reality, just sitting right there on America's balance sheet. What this means is that, with a simple stroke of a pen, the U.S. Treasury could just revalue its 8,000 tons to match the current market price. Suddenly, $1 trillion in value materializes instantly. It monetizes the nation's balance sheet without having to issue any new standard debt. Some economists have even proposed using this newly recognized wealth to issue a 50-year treasury bond that's actually backed by physical gold. Basically, if China anchors the yuan to gold, the U.S. can instantly counter by partially anchoring the dollar right back to it. Ultimately, what we're watching play out in real time are the mechanics of a multipolar financial future. Sovereign nations everywhere are aggressively retreating from unipolar paper-driven systems and moving right back to real, tangible assets. Both sides are strategically positioning their reserves to guarantee currency trust in a world that is, frankly, steadily losing faith in paper promises. And honestly, none of this should be a surprise to anyone who's been paying attention. Back in 2014, the head of the Shanghai Gold Exchange explicitly told the Western establishment this. He said Shanghai gold will change the current situation of consumption in the East, priced in the West. He basically signaled to the entire world that once China had a real seat at the table, the true price of gold would finally be revealed. This transition didn't happen overnight. It was meticulously planned a decade in the making. So as July 24th hits and retail paper trading officially goes dark in China, as thousands of tons of physical metal continue to flow into Eastern vaults, and as the U.S. contemplates a literal $1 trillion accounting adjustment, we're really left to ponder one final vital question. When the paper casino finally burns to the ground, who actually holds the real wealth? Thank you so much for joining me for this explainer. I really hope this helped illuminate the incredibly complex moves happening right now behind the global financial curtain.
Hopefully. W Clanker. I feel like for certain things, the podcast can be distracting. That's one of the situations that I think it was better to have one voice. So my game plan doesn't change, right? All this does is add catalyst to an already existing game plan for the transition into the bottom of the market. They wouldn't sell the gold. They would sell bonds backed by the gold. So you can pull the $1 trillion out of the gold without selling it. Like they said, 50-year gold backed bond. But it's definitely a power move on their part. You know, the history with the US and China and metals is kind of hilarious. You know, there was a time when the dollar wasn't, before the Bretton Woods Agreement, when the dollar wasn't the world reserve currency, obviously. And most fiat currencies at that point were on a dual metal system, right? Silver and gold, different ratios at different weights. Before the Bretton Woods Agreement, they came to the US and its allies decided to go gold. China decided to go silver, right? To back because they want to be independent from each other. Well, that's great, except for that we found one of the largest silver reserves on the planet in the US right after that happened. Finding that silver reserve might have been the difference between us all speaking Chinese right now and the world running the way it's running. Because it immediately just devalued their currency and they've been trying to catch up since. But fast forward to what we're talking about now, and you're seeing that shift, right? You're seeing them shift heavily into gold and just start filling the vaults again. I don't think it's that they think gold's going to go up. I don't think it's that they think gold's a good investment. I do think they think gold is sound money. And if you want to transact with the world like the way they do, and you have a dollar that nobody trusts, then you have to use gold, right? But more than that, I think they see a weakness in our market, right? They see how over leveraged we are on metals and paper contracts. And if they can do some damage by creating a supply shock, or if they can force the United States to reprice the gold, because the one thing China needs to know more than anything is how much gold is really in there, just like everybody else. We don't believe their numbers. They don't believe our numbers. But if you reprice the gold, you got to audit it. It's just interesting times, right? We're watching that commodity wheel take its last sort of turn. But with that last turn, we're seeing it tug that 500-year cycle a little bit further to the right. You know what I mean? And every time that commodity wheel turns, it'll have that same effect until eventually that 500 wheel cycle turns, and who knows? We'll be dead by then, but the problem with gold-backed currencies, in my opinion, is that they're paper. It's like an ETF. Convenience. You don't want to walk around with gold in your pocket. I get it, But for me, Bitcoin solves all of that. Appreciate it, Euchris. I'll drop that. I'm gonna drop it all in deep dive as well, so it'll be there. It's just because it keeps just bouncing off of other shit we've already talked about. You know, it's like you open the can of worms. The smaller the wick, the higher the possibility that we get a bearish July. Not definite, right? Monthly candles take a long time to form. But structure-wise, I can tell you what macro traders are going to be thinking. And macro traders are going to be less likely to go long into July if we don't have at least a respectable size wick at the bottom of this candle. There's no wick at all, you can forget about long money coming in. Big money might still, right? But it's big money that's going to buy and sell, buy and sell. The reason we like the macro guys is because they drop the bag and then they sit there for a couple weeks, right? They're not interested in taking every mean reversion, taking profits on every mean reversion. I mean, most people in the world, that's exactly what they're doing right now, real. They're dropping bonds. They're starting to position themselves out of assets. But I mean, yo, this isn't like again, sometimes I feel like I talk about this and then people get doom and gloom, or like if I'm saying, you know, oh, he's talking about the world reserve currency, and they're like, guys, like 200 years, right? The reason people are jumping ship is because look at this thing. Like, come on. Like, it's time to jump ship. You know, and the reason they're dumping bonds is because they no longer have a reason to hoard bonds the way they did. Remember, the main reason that foreign countries specifically were bondholders is because they needed to transact in the US dollar for oil. Right? Petrodollar was strong. It was a thing. You couldn't buy oil in anything else. So if you want to transact, you got to have dollars. You want to have dollars over a long period of time. You don't want to have it in cash, right? Because it's just going to debase. So you have to have it in US bonds that give you a promise, right, of return that are higher than the debasement. So that's how you hold it. Well, when the need to transact in US dollars for oil went away, so did the need to hold US bonds. Right? And the argument is, well, they're not getting rid of all of them, obviously, because they still plan on transacting, but there's another player now. So they can't buy Chinese bonds because, you know, like, you want to buy a 50-year Chinese bond or a 30-year Chinese bond? But if you buy gold and you hoard gold and then you trade gold on the Shanghai exchange for transactions, then that gives you a sort of risk-free way to buy oil and natural resources from China. Yeah, I mean, it's all part of it. I don't know if you're in the Discord, but Cypher School, the first 5 chapters of Cypher School, we don't even open a chart. We literally go from the 500-year cycle to the 30-year commodity cycle to the 18.6-year real estate cycle to the 4-year liquidity cycle to the weekly inventory cycle to the daily open mean reversion cycle. It's the home of cycles. If you like cycles, you're in the right place. Yeah, we've got, Cypher schools, the AI schools under construction. I do want to provide just enough to get everybody sort of functional, at least. I would go in the classes, go to browse channels, make sure you have everything open, and then just go chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3, bro. You got tons of shit to catch up on. It's digestible though. And I've got slide decks, I've got video overviews, podcasts, whatever type of learner you are, you'll pick it up. Yeah, if you go to the live video vault, you'll get the sessions, the live sessions. But if you want the actual material to look over it on your own, it'll be in the classrooms. Good morning, angels. So I've been avoiding looking at MicroStrategy all day because I personally look at what he's doing as bullish. I don't want that to cloud my short. So I haven't looked at it. Pretty sure that you are at the very least mean reverting right now. But we'll check it out. This isn't the chart, but we hit that. Let me go to the right chart. I wish. Imagine you had a girl that just had like math strategies. So this is my MicroStrategy short. Michael Saylor, listen, me and you, I get it. Right? But I gotta join the FUD party, bro. I'm in a short. So you're watching the stream, don't take it personal. All right, there was a little reaction, but it didn't hold up. It looks like we're attempting type 2s, maybe? Mean reversion, like I was saying. I was worried that it might pop a little higher than that just because this is what we really need to break and we're sitting right on it. After that, it gets sloppy. Like after that, it's just hands up, go we. To at least 65. Probably deeper. At that point, I'm going to be forced to lighten the load on this trade. How's that for a squiggle, though? All right, let me post this into the Discord. The deep dives all go into deep dive, obviously, but there's a lot of channels, so sorry, not deep dive, daily research briefing. I think where we're dropping them, right? Yeah. There's so many channels that I don't even remember. Yeah, okay. I think I just changed the name of it is what it was.
So we're gonna break the monthly structure after all.
Just wander in after class like you didn't just miss the whole thing.
Oh, I had a meeting. I had a work meeting.
I'm just talking shit. It was just a deep dive.
Oh, I can rewind the YouTube thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I gotta go to the gym anyway, so I'll do that.
Oh shit.
Hmm?
I said, oh shit.
Up
Up his wealth.
Yeah. When your body gets too bootylicious for your own, babe.
You gotta nerf yourself. I got you. Nah, we're not close yet. We still got time. That next drop will be what snatches down that baseline for us, Philip, on the itchy.
Itchy, itchy.
What an absolutely disgusting chart this is. I'll tell you exactly what this reminds me of. This reminds me of looking at Luna's stablecoin. I had the same line drawn up at the peg and just watching this thing just lose all its value. And I remember we were all thinking, and this was, look, I don't know how I didn't get caught in this trade because I should have. It did hit all of my, like, usually would have hit all of my metrics to get in. Drew was in this trade. Luna at the time had one of the biggest Bitcoin reserves out of any of the projects, right? When their stable coin depegged, the bet was that they would sell that Bitcoin to repeg their stable. And that shit did not play out. That shit did not play out the way it was supposed to. Luckily, I didn't get caught. But on another day, at another time, been, you know, in the right place, sitting there waiting at the right time, not feel like I was chasing or whatever, I would have probably taken it. I wonder if that chart is still alive.
Gonna get your exercise today.
I did 10 push-ups underneath the what? Oh, wait, did I do it again? What did I say?
Just did it.
What did I say?
If I would have. You just said I would have.
Did I say that the desired effect was something I wanted? Or was it like a cautionary?
I don't know. You're going to have to ask other people because I caught it that you said it with regret, but I didn't.
Me avoiding it saved me from getting into a bad, it would have been a bad trade. What I'm kind of regretting is that my rules still include getting into something like that. I guess is what the regret is. But no, not the trade. Yeah,
okay. All right. Well, I wasn't paying attention to the entire context.
That's cool. So. I appreciate you keeping me honest.
Somebody has to. I hope you do the same for me.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Dbloc, do you talk your way out of doing push-ups every time?
Nah, I'm just nice with what, like I say. Like,
he did push-ups earlier.
Yeah. I've been doing this with Drew for a long time. Like, there's a filter in my brain that literally is just dedicated to make sure that I don't vocally regret missing something. The concept is this: woulda, coulda, shoulda's hurt your psyche. They hurt your confidence, right? they shake up your mental when it comes to trading. So if you're gonna hurt yourself mentally, then you got to make up for it by getting some physical gains, and then hopefully it'll be a deterrent to stop the negative speak, so you can stop manifesting the very thing that you are trying to avoid.
Also, when you regret something, that's a physical feeling that comes from your body. And to train your body, sometimes you have to punish it. And it will remember, oh, if I have this feeling, if it vocalize this feeling, whatever, it's better because it might not even want to have the feeling, then that might make me have to do push-ups. There's a whole philosophy in it. If you study like the samurai stuff, training your body to listen to you, because almost all lack of discipline has to do with your body and its ability to control your emotions, being in control. It's pretty fascinating.
You end up with a community of trading monks by the end
It
of
makes
this
sense.
all.
Their mind, sound, body would make the best trader.
I don't know. I say it all the time. You'll hear it on every channel. Psychology is 80%, 90% is psychology, and then they don't talk about psychology ever. And then you try to bring up some sort of psychology or stuff that works for you, and then it's like one long, we're TP. Nah, casino, you just gotta drink and then leave any money you don't want to lose out of touch, and just YOLO, bro. Casinos for debauchery. What's going on, Pre? Can't remember if I caught you already. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to watch how everything plays out in the EU over the next couple months. I expect tons of lawsuits. Running out of time, Bitcoin. Pop and go. You held the bottom of your range. Cool. Double bottom, stopping volume candle. You got your small W on the 1 minute, 15 second. That's a good start for your type 2 on a bigger W. But yeah, there's no time for this shit. You just got to go. Market maker, if you're listening. Clock is ticking. 3-day, the move looks obvious, but when you go down lower, no, actually, with the time that's passed, that looks even worse. 42 million in long liquidations at 579. They're all pretty much clustered, which means it's probably one or two big players. Look at that beautiful little cluster at my number 48. Either these guys watch the channel or I might be onto something. So what's the word on the grace period? 'Cause I saw it, but I don't remember offhand. Is it individual or how long are they giving you to get your money off of exchange? And do you have to convert your USDT immediately? Yeah, Bybit EU is good. There's a couple other ones. Hold on. Just had the list here somewhere. Well, I got the list on the infographic, but in order, right? Kraken, best overall, then Bybit, then Coinbase, Skate.io, OKX, Bitpanda. This shit sucks. It's just, you got to welcome. It's like you guys are living like Americans now, where we don't pick our exchanges by what's the best exchange. We pick the exchanges by who the hell will take our money. The W pattern is what this is for. I didn't draw it out because I don't want to clutter the screen, but your W invalidation is there. Your W pattern is right here. If this is a type 2, like I was saying, then we could be seeing that push we need to make some distance on that wick. If you go down to smaller time frames, if you're new, you'll get used to seeing this, right? But right, type 1, your sniper entry. Type 2, type 3 is a breakout. Type 4 is a retest. Type 5 buys our bags at the top. But if you go down on like the 15-second right now, you'll see that that type 2 is building its own structure, right? So right, the micro fractal on the 15-second is what's giving you the structure to run that type 2 on the 5-minute. So to see the health of that, you would follow the smaller structure. Not because you're taking the trade on this time frame, right? But you're judging the strength of your entry by this time frame. This measured move, hopefully it fractals into a larger W, but this measured move would give you the completion of your larger W, which then you can start squeezing. If we can pull this off here. I really don't have any issues with Kraken. Like, you want to obviously get the cheapest fees you can with the Pro, whatever it is. But if you're going to use a centralized exchange, at least in America, it's one of the better options. I like BTCC though too, because it's like it's a little bit in between. They do offer perps, but they've been, you know, operating with a US license for 8 years. You got to be careful on there though, because they will let you ramp that leverage up. Nobody's going to stop you or hold your hand. I'll tell you it's not a good idea. So on this smaller time frame, just to go back to our entry sort of protocol, right? I'm not even gonna say macro. On the slightly larger time frame, this whole thing is a type 2 entry, right? Or the right side of a W. On this time frame, the fractal exists too, right? Type 1, your sniper entry, your scalp entry, your breakout entry, your confirmation entry, the da-dun said by the top. And that's how we judge the strength of a trade and how many groups of traders are in the trade. Right? How much money is behind it? Did you pick up your snipers, your scalpers, or your breakout traders happy? Did you come back and pick up your retest traders? At that point, everybody that's going to trade is in the trade. Right? Prices going up off a drift from these buys and off of FOMO from these tarantarans. And that's basically how price gets from A to B. Yeah, you gotta have some self-control, man. Like, the way crypto is supposed to operate, right, by the cypherpunk ideals, is that everything is available and possible and accessible, right? It's up to you to decide that you're not willing to take that amount of risk. But as much as I don't agree with people trading leverage that are brand new, I also don't agree with restricting. It's just against the whole ethos of what we're supposed to be doing here. It's all that bullshit, bro. Once you start getting into that, oh, we're doing this to protect you from volatility. Like, yeah, I know. I hear you. How about I'm here for the volatility? Like, that's why I signed up. Protect me from the debasement of the dollar. If you want something to do since you're bored. My bad, Joe. We got 3 hours of sleep. There will be probably 4 or 5 more rants before the end of the night. Try to tone it down.
I made it halfway to the gym.
And
Well, I was throwing some trash away,
pulled
and there was
something.
a bicycle there, and I went, "Huh, someone's throwing away a perfectly good bicycle." So I took the bicycle, brought it back home, and now I'm cleaning it with the with WD-40, and need some air. Need to tighten the brakes.
That is both at the same time massive intrusive thought winning and amazing use of free will. You can just lean on whichever one I guess makes you feel better. But yeah, you just ADHD'd your way right back into the house to clean a bike. Is what you did. Ooh, piece of candy.
Man, you know what?
But you can justify it because if you get it fixed, boom,
like,
exercise. Yeah.
Exactly. 'Cause nobody likes to go to an indoor gym and go on a treadmill for 20 minutes.
Yeah, she just found a bike that wasn't locked up and stole it, Gloomy. You're all caught up now. Now she's gonna clean it, you know, clean You need some spray paint and some tape.
On the cleanup.
Get it nice and clean.
Isn't that my bike? Nope.
Did you have a matte black bike with drips on the chain?
I don't
No.
see your name on it.
You would never. You stole the bike. You'd be up all night worried about that shit.
Oh my god, I'd feel so guilty.
I think Kraken has lower fees than OKX. OKX also has it. Correct me if I'm wrong, but somebody recently was having trouble with their limit orders filling on a regular basis, like not just like once or twice, but they were having like a persistent problem with it. I don't know what coin they were trading. You got to go Kraken Pro. You can't go regular Coinbase. You can't go regular Kraken. You can't go regular Robinhood. You can't go regular crypto.com. They're all going to get you. You don't have any problems with your limit orders filling? Do you fill orders in size? I think the problem was that the size of the order. I think someone was trying to fill a sizable trade and it kept getting skipped. Can't remember who it was. It might have been. I don't want to misquote it. It's not even a thing if you're rich, right? If you're on exchange that has any sort of, say, liquidity issues like that, then you end up getting a lot of sweeps. I mean, I know it's not like a Scamwix, right? It's not like WeX or whatever the hell it is. Like that thing is notorious, but shit, at least you guys can use Bybit. We can't use Bybit. You just got the most massive sort of authoritarian regulations put on your head, and you can still do something we can't. Yo, so I took one step closer to being official streamer, yo. I got this stream deck. I guess I gotta hook it up and like do something and press the buttons and shit, but or I can just knock it off the table and break it before I ever plug it in. That's also an option. All right, it's all good. Type 4 entry. Right? Type 4 traders would be looking for increased volume to show that they're not alone in this. Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad idea to spin up a dashboard for the exchange that you're using so that you can have faster access to the data when you're trading than having to deal with the exchange charts and all that bullshit. And it shouldn't, I mean, depending on the exchange, you might even get a free API. You know what I mean? It's For analysis purposes, it's good to see what the entire market is doing. For your trade purposes, it's really good to be dialed into what's going on your exchange. Little bit of volume. Type 4 is stepping up to the plate on the 15-second. Well, what it's gonna do, Ron, in my opinion, is put a big fire under DeFi again. DeFi's been such a afterthought, bro. It's not until shit like this happens that people realize how important DeFi is. So I know it's crazy to say this, but we might actually get a utility run during the next bull market. I appreciate that, Jesus. It means a lot. Be careful. Exchanges are tricky. They might let you trade on there for a couple weeks and not say shit, but let you catch a good trade and you're trying to cash out 50, 60, 100. All of a sudden, we've got some questions about your account and your location. The way Mika is written out, the responsibility is on you, not on the exchange. It's on the exchange as well, but that's not going to fly. Oh, it worked, so I thought it was okay. If anything, if anything was to happen, in other words. So exchanges could easily just keep your funds. Right? Your claim to that isn't going to be valid in a court of law. Nah, I wouldn't use the fear index for trying to figure out when the bull market starts again. RSI can give you a bit of an indication on the macro when you're starting to put in higher highs on the RSI, but it's not going to be the earliest signal. And your 50 MA is going to be a late signal. By the time you're above your 50 MA, you could have got in on at least 10 different signals at that point. So you won't miss it, but you're not going to get in as early as you could with other strategies. If you haven't seen my Are We There Yet videos, you should go check them out. The whole bottom catching strategy is laid out right there, what we're looking for. Also, chapter 9 and chapter 8, I think it was, that covered it in Cypher School as well. 3 different strategies, whether you're a sniper, a surfer, or a scalper. You're not missing the bottom. Inshallah.
was hoping we could already be down.
What'd you say about my mama? No, what'd you say? I didn't hear you. Tiny little inverse head and shoulders on the 15-second.
Oh, damn, it's 15 seconds.
Yeah, it's the 15-second. We're waiting to see if this type 2 on the 1 minute, 5 minute holds, right? So this is the structure that's building at that type 2. But this is the type 2 for the bigger W that we're shooting for. But that inverse head and shoulders on the 15-second is gonna pop us. But you know, you can't chart time frames this small, right? It's what do they call it? Astrology for crypto bros. Inverse head and shoulders are made up of W's with an attached right shoulder. Right? So the same way that we just tracked that W underneath, like I said, to get the next move, you want a fractal. So just forget about the head and shoulders. Right? Just look at it as a W. It's the same measured move, so it doesn't matter. But the base structure, right? The structure that makes up all patterns is either a higher low fractal or a lower high fractal. So now you're waiting for your type 4s, same type 4s that we're waiting here to see if volume picked up. You're waiting to see if this 50 holds. If it holds, you'll get your original measured move. And then we'll be at the point where we can go to the 1 minute and see if that larger W actually plays out. Or if it's just going to roll over on us. Invalidation for this W is right here. This white line up here would be the breakout of the larger W that we're looking at. Whether this has to come down and let's see, would this be a suitable type 2 here? If this didn't come down to 382, all right, it did. It's right at 382. Damn, that would have been pretty too. They should have just ran that. All right, so technically this W is invalidated, but not the larger one. It's probably just going to put in a higher right side than we expected. Yeah, you can see the divergence sort of building because you're starting to see that popping pattern that we all love to hate. That's going to translate to a loss of strength and momentum. If it doesn't correct. Wow, it printed, huh? Interesting. What Binance, I'm guessing. Yeah. Oh boy. That's ugly. Well, anybody who sat in that shit Isn't surprised. It does some manipulation there. You know, when we caught our last one, right? You know where we're at in our last bull market? That bear flag right there, breaking, going to our last capitulation after a sideways. Look at this. Same period in the cycle. Right before we went deadly sideways, or during, actually. Right? These are the June lows. This is the move that I'm looking for, the swing up into July. We didn't get that until after that drop. So timing is a little bit off. I am kind of interested to see. Let me see something. My bad. Just this is, excuse me, TA nerd shit. $199 days. $267 days. So yeah, right. After the dead cat bounce. All right, where are we? Type 4s are starting to feel a little nervous here with their stop losses. This is turning into a slow breaking W, which we don't like, right? Because slow breaking Ws create bear flags, even on the 15-second. Go back to the 1 minute for a second. Nothing's really happened. We're down on like super low time frames. Pit bulls are my favorite dog. It's the only dog I ever had growing up. Big babies. You know, try to act all tough and shit. It's not a excuse me. It's not a dog for the weak. You know, a pit will test your dominance. Not in like a violent way, but you have to be dominant or they'll take the lead. You know? Then it's like the dog has a pet. Yeah. I see some people with dogs sometimes and I'm like, oh boy. It's not gonna end well. I was really close to getting a cane corso, but that's the only dog I've even considered getting besides a pit. I just like the look. I like their big, stupid heads. Big, massive boulder of a head. Pause. This is too long to be a bull flag. This is literally just the bear's channel. That measured move is already, for the most part, played out. And you're about to invalidate. Let's back out a little bit. Because losing this bigger channel is indeed bear flag and will have repercussions. We are about to sweep. Measured move is 5739. Well, hold on. I have to place a break. If it breaks up here, it's that green line. This is just us finishing this measured move from the M pattern originally on the macro. Just a culmination of this move. Again, we are running out of time. If we get to this red line and we're putting in new lows, that means that monthly candle closes bearish. And anybody that respects the macro is going to be a little bit gun shy going into July. Let me click this up. You've already taken out that type 2. Well, not yet, but you're going to, in my opinion. Once you invalidate there, you'll be able to remove that measured move. On bigger time frames, you know, you could take this flag, honestly. In the 1 minute, it wasn't flying, but this is more than just a channel on the 5 minute. Again, doesn't matter. The measured move takes you to the other, blah, blah, blah. Don't want to just clutter the screen. back to where we were hours ago. Break the flag to the bottom. 5739. Break that neckline to the top. 800 EMA 595. Race for candle close on the monthly is what we're dealing with right now. That's the important thing. Right now, the size of the wick is big. That's it. That's all we got. With a big ass red candle above us to 82. Bulls, you want to grow this wick as much as you can before we hit that red line. Bears, you want to sweep and close this candle red and have the next monthly candle come in and keep going down. Obviously, that's the vibe. For me, the difference on how the candle closes, I'm still looking for bullishness in July. The difference for me is if we don't get a bullish candle close, my sizing is going to be a lot smaller. I'm not going to go in with as much conviction as I would if we closed and opened bullish on the monthly. For me, it has nothing to do with my own conviction. Like, yeah, I do think a wick is stronger than no wick, obviously, but it has more to do with other traders' convictions. If there's no wick and I take this trade, how many people are in it with me? Right? If we get a nice little move up into some liquidations and get a wick close bullish and the next candle's green for the next 24 hours, how many people are with me in that trade? I mean, I always thought the idea was to pile up shorts, but I gave up on that idea the closer we got to the end of this monthly candle because unless the intention is to have a barely, we got to think about that. The intention might possibly be to have a bearish monthly close. And this is just a June that we don't get a relief rally going into July, and that's the way the shit works. All we can do is boil down probabilities, right? When you boil down the probabilities, the anomalies stand out. Yo, these dudes are pushy. I said no, bro. Like, no means no. Like, hey, we're giving away free home inspections, because of the weather. I'm like, bro, it's been hot. Like, what are you looking for? Scorch damage? Nah, but if we find anything, then we could, talk about fixing it and da da da. I'm like, nah, bro, I'm good. I'm literally doing renovations on the house as we speak. Well, have you signed a contract yet? Like, bro, no means no. Weirdo. Yeah, I'm toxic. That's why I like when people get toxic with me. I was like, it was sassy as hell. Sir, I said no. I just told him because I could hear the annoyance in his voice. Like, I'm sure I was probably like the 13th no in the last 5 minutes. So I don't take it personal, but I've worked on the other side of those. Some of my first jobs were like phone sales and insurance, telemarketing, all of that shit. It's hard work.
Yeah, sir, you signed up for our drawing to win the trip. Congratulations, you're today's daily winner. 3 days, 2 nights in Branson, Missouri.
Hey, Emancer, great to catch you. Your insurance is about to run out in the next 48 hours.
Oh no.
You know, you got a new car recently? You know how they get your information from the damn it's the worst, bro. I've been getting those scams because I've been looking for my mom's car, right? To buy that car for my mom's. And just doing the research, they're already calling me. Hey, your insurance on that, bro, too soon. Like, give it. I haven't even bought the car yet.
Yeah, they send those to me in the mail on cars that I don't even own.
Yeah.
Or you sign up to win some type of drawing, and then
At the 1 hour.
you sign up to win a drawing, but then they call you back, tell you won, and then you got to get like a free water test or some type of sales pitch.
Right. And they tell you that you won a large screen TV and you have to come pick it up. And then when you go pick up your TV, it's a bunch of cops and like fugitive task force. Oh, you tricked me. My bad. I can't be the only one that saw that video. These dumbasses. The cops called everybody that had a warrant on and told them that they won a large 65-inch TV. And had them come to the same building to pick it up. And as they walked in the building, they just locked them up one by one. Happy as hell to get there to pick up their TV.
Is that really true?
Yeah, I swear to God. You could probably find the video on YouTube right now and literally watch their reactions live as they walk in the building. It's an old video. It's like, I think it was like an old Cops episode or something like that. It was one of those type of shows.
Who thinks of that stuff?
I don't know,
I'm
but
sorry, but that's brilliant.
yeah, that's smart.
It's got to be hilarious, though.
Head and Shoulders on the 1 hour. Are you talking this, or are you talking that slant? The short answer is no for me. But I'm trying to figure out where you see it so I can explain. Yeah, that's what it was, like to catch a predator before the show even existed. Those type of tactics. This is that same M pattern that we're watching play out, by the way. Right? Our measured move is right there for it. That's just on a backed out scale. Which is just a inverse W, right? No different. That's that last little move down that we're waiting for. That's that last little move here through licks. Excuse me. This could have played out so much better, y'all. Like, seriously, if we would have just ran the squiggle, you could have got the best of both worlds. Could have came down, cleared that liquidation, knocked that M pattern out, got nice longs, and then had enough time to put a decent sized wick on this monthly candle. But a lot of money was spent to keep price right where it is.
Okay, I was just thinking about that. First of all, can you hear me?
What was the last part?
I was just wondering if you could hear me. But
Oh yeah.
yeah, so what I was thinking is, well, what I was wondering, but don't have the whatever time to look at the chart because I'm in an open trade. But I was thinking maybe like the end of June, or again, more was wondering that do they wait until like the last minute and then those are all just like stopping volume vectors or whatever? Like, is this like the end of the month play on it where they just run down and they rip through a ton of licks, and get a
Yeah.
deep short squeeze,
I'll pull it up for
and
you, but
then
from my
in the last 1 hour or whatever, or the last 10 minutes, that's just all vector recovery because we just had a big sweep, kind of like before they take off. I was thinking that, maybe there was a similarity in where that would come from, if it's in the last 10 minutes or if it's,
I'll pull it up.
3 days of
I'll pull it up for you
layout.
right now so you can see. But from what I remember, we started to recover before the end of the month. Let's go to the daily. Oh, let's go to the weekly. So we're looking at June. So the drop was in the beginning, and then you had 2 months. There was a drop at the end, right? But it still left some wick. And then July's candle didn't take out June's. Let's go look at the year before, though. Of course, it's going to be a candle that doesn't, I mean, a chart that doesn't show me. All right. And then over here, let's dig into that a little bit. That's interesting. So June looked like, what did June look like? That's July 1st. All right. This one was a little closer to the end. I mean, you still had a day. You still had basically, you hit bottom and then you had green day, a couple red days, another green day. But it came down to the last 2 days. But it wasn't like a quick stopping volume candle that just V-shaped at the last minute, to answer your question. I was hoping that that's what we would get here, but
Yeah, I was checking my meter on hoping because I'm hoping that I can play the short out more. I want to catch a.
I think you might actually be in a good spot because it looks like we're gonna close very bearish on that monthly candle. Let me see what the weekly looks like because we're paying so much attention to the, oh man, the weekly's even worse. Right, because you're gonna have basically the same thing. You've taken out the wick. You're gonna close the weekly with no bottom wick. And you're starting to come down to your lat. Just so you guys understand, right? This is where the support comes from, this range. Right? This white line is where we're breaking right now. Right? That's from this wick and the top of this SR. If we go down from there to the next level, that's 57. Right? Then our last real support, in my opinion, 54. This is where I think we consolidate. When I say we go down to mid 50s, this is what I mean. I'm expecting price to come down, maybe tap, maybe tap 57, come back up, wick down, right? And then consolidate in this range until building the liquidity that then flushes it to our next levels, right? Which are right here. At that point, we're already at 48. So the sideways sort of accumulation range that I'm expecting at the bottom, I'm expecting it to come in at about here. So and we're just about there, right? But after that, there's literally only 2 options, right? First of all, the bottom of this is my bullish case. Once we hit 52, that's my bullish bottom for the bear market. Meaning, if we have the most bullish bear market possible, that's the highest number I was willing to give as a bottom, right? 52. 48 is my base case, right? Which is holding these wicks. But between 48 and 38, there really is not a whole hell of a lot there. And again, this isn't a now thing, right? I'm expecting the bottom to come in somewhere around October 8th or 5th and 6th. Which is why I say that the next drop isn't the last drop, in my opinion. You will be, well, look, everybody can do their own thing. I'm not here to change anybody's mind on anything. I'm just letting you know that, in my opinion, the next drop will not be the last drop. But the screams of the bottom is in are going to be louder than they've been this whole time. The reason I say that it won't be the last drop is because if we fall down into this range, which I think we will, and start consolidating inside of this high volume node here, which I think we will, and if you turn on your VPVR, and you're talking about coming in here, like, look at what happens once you drop. All this support and all that isn't even enough to give you like massive volume nodes. We've already broken that. So you've got a gap from, you know, well, from where we are now to 43. But the reason I say that it's not the bottom is because if we do sit here and consolidate, then we're going to build longs. And then a new story will hit a couple of weeks from the bottom. You can, whatever news story you love the most, insert news story here. And then we'll sweep it. Possibly hold somewhere in this range. If it's worse, if this happens quick, if we come down for some reason and don't hold there, and instead end up ranging in high 40s, then the chance of that move down, breaking this high volume node and taking us to 38 are increased. 38, sorry, right here. Which would be basically catching this node. But we've got steps, right? There's levels to this. Don't get too ahead of ourselves. So far, it's playing out like we said it would at the beginning, at the top. We just got to be patient. We were patient for this long during the bear market. It doesn't, you know, doesn't make sense to get impatient at the end. That's what I'm thinking, guys, but we'll see. Like I said, it all depends on how this candle closes. If we don't close with a decent wick on this monthly candle, the chances of it being bullish are just slightly less, in my opinion, because there are going to be less traders involved. Give me a second. I'll be right back. I'm going to grab some coffee. I'm starting to get context lag.
The spike is pretty broken. And rusted.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna hop off for a second and get some food. Been grinding since I woke up, and then I'll be back to see how we get this. How this candle close comes in.